Welcome to 3 a.m. Static. In the dead of night, the static whispers. Turn off the lights, close your eyes, and let the darkness guide you. Tell us where and when you're listening, because at 3 a.m., you're never truly alone.
Story 1. The Incubus's Gaze. The air in the room thickened, a palpable weight pressing down on him, a suffocating blanket woven from dread and anticipation. He was awake, yet trapped, his body a leaden weight beneath the covers, his limbs unresponsive, his voice a silent scream lodged in his throat. It was the familiar onset of sleep paralysis, a torment he'd endured countless times before, but tonight felt different, profoundly, terrifyingly different. This time, there was a presence. Not the usual vague sense of unease, the chilling weight of the unseen, but something tangible, something malevolent, something watching. He could feel its gaze, a cold, penetrating stare that seemed to pierce the very fabric of his being, stripping him bare, leaving him exposed to its scrutiny. It wasn't just a sense of dread, it was a palpable entity, a suffocating presence that filled the room, leaving no space for air, no room to breathe. He strained to move, to cry out, to fight back against the paralysis, but his body remained stubbornly unresponsive. The pressure intensified, a physical weight bearing down on his chest, crushing him, suffocating him. He felt a cold breath against his ear, a whispering caress that sent shivers down his spine, a touch that felt both repulsive and strangely alluring. The air vibrated with a low hum, a discordant note that resonated deep within his bones, a sound that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the darkness that enveloped him. The darkness itself seemed to pulse, to breathe, a living entity that coiled around him, binding him, suffocating him. He tried to focus, to regain control, but his mind was fractured, fragmented, losing its grip on reality. The edges of his perception blurred, the familiar contours of his bedroom dissolving into a swirling vortex of shadows and whispers. Then it began. A subtle shift in the atmosphere, a change in the very fabric of the darkness. The pressure intensified, the weight on his chest crushing him, the breath on his ear growing colder, heavier, more insistent. He could feel it now, not just see it, sense it, but almost feel it. A presence close, intimately close, pressing against him, its form indistinct, yet undeniably there. It was an incubus. Not the metaphorical incubus of nightmares, the figment of a troubled mind, but something profoundly real, something ancient, something malevolent. He felt its presence, a cold, damp weight against his skin, a sickeningly sweet scent of decay and musk filling his nostrils. He felt its gaze on him, burning into his soul, stripping him of his defenses, leaving him vulnerable, exposed. He couldn't see it, not clearly. The room was shrouded in darkness, the darkness of sleep paralysis, but he felt its proximity, its malevolence. The air crackled with energy, a raw, primal force that pulsed with a life of its own. He felt a perverse arousal, a twisted blend of terror and desire, a horrifying response to the creature's presence. It was an affront to his very being, a violation of his most fundamental instincts. It pressed closer. He felt its weight, its form, its presence, an ethereal, yet physically palpable, entity hovering above him. He felt its breath on his skin, cold and clammy, like the touch of death itself. He could smell the stench of decay and damp earth, a repulsive aroma that paradoxically excited him. It felt like a violation that was somehow both horrifying and intensely arousing. The incubus was feeding off his fear, his vulnerability, his very essence. He felt his life force draining away, slowly, relentlessly, leaving him weak, depleted. The pressure increased, the weight on his chest unbearable, the breath on his ear hot and suffocating. The darkness seemed to twist and writhe, mocking him, torturing him, playing with him like a cat with a mouse. He fought, desperately, against the paralysis, against the incubus, against the crushing weight of the darkness. He willed his body to move, his voice to cry out, but nothing responded. He was trapped, helpless, at the mercy of this ancient, malevolent being. He felt his consciousness slipping, his grip on reality weakening, his very sense of self dissolving into the suffocating darkness. He battled on the edge of oblivion, desperate to cling to consciousness, to fight off the encroaching darkness, the suffocating presence of the incubus. He tried to focus on anything to break the hold, to dispel the shadow. He thought of his family, of the warmth of their love, of the comforting scent of his home. These thoughts felt tenuous, weak, almost out of reach, yet they were anchors in the storm. He clung to them fiercely. The pressure lessened slightly, as if the entity recoiled, momentarily distracted. The sweet stench of decay faded, replaced by a coldness, a void. He could feel the incubus retreating, withdrawing from his grasp. It wasn't gone, not completely. He could still feel its presence, like a lingering shadow, but the intensity of its touch diminished. The weight on his chest lightened, the paralysis began to loosen its hold. Slowly, agonizingly, he felt his limbs respond, his body regaining its mobility. He gasped, sucking in great lungfuls of air, his chest heaving, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs. The darkness receded, the shadows thinning, the suffocating weight lifting. He lay there, trembling, sweat plastering his skin to the sheets, his body aching, his mind reeling. He had survived, but the experience left an indelible mark on his soul, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the veil of sleep, of the terrifying reality of an incubus's gaze. He was changed, altered by the encounter, his worldview irrevocably shifted. He knew that the night's visitor could return, that the shadow could once again darken his dreams. The fear lingered, a cold dread that clung to him, a constant reminder of the night's encounter, a haunting whisper in the silence of his waking hours. The fight was not over, it was merely a terrifying respite. The incubus was still out there, watching, waiting. And he knew, with a terrifying certainty, that it would return. The weight of the incubus was not merely metaphorical, it was a physical force, a crushing pressure upon his chest that stole his breath, squeezed the air from his lungs, leaving him gasping for an inhalation that never came. It was a weight that settled deep within his bones, a leaden dread that anchored him to the bed, preventing even the slightest twitch of a finger, the merest flicker of an eyelid. He felt the entity's presence, not as a looming shadow or a whispered threat, but as an oppressive blanket of malevolence, heavy and suffocating, pressing him down into the mattress, pinning him to the very earth. His heart hammered a frantic rhythm against his ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the oppressive silence of the room. Each pulse throbbed with a terror so profound it threatened to shatter his sanity. He tried to scream, to call out, to summon help, but his vocal cords were paralyzed, his voice trapped within him, a silent scream clawing at the confines of his throat. He was utterly, completely helpless. The incubus's touch was not gentle, it was invasive, violating. It wasn't a mere pressure, but a feeling of being possessed, of being used, his body a vessel for something alien, something ancient and malevolent. He felt a strange, sickening blend of fear and arousal, a perverse response that horrified and disgusted him in equal measure. It was as if his body reacted against its will, his instincts twisted and corrupted by the incubus's foul influence. The very essence of his being was under assault, his will, his identity, his sense of self dissolving under its insidious influence. He could almost feel the creature's eyes on him, a piercing gaze that burned into his very soul, stripping away his defenses, his self-respect, his dignity. Each moment stretched into an eternity, the relentless pressure increasing, the perverse arousal growing stronger, the terror intensifying to a point where he felt it might break him. He was trapped in a nightmare, a waking nightmare, with no escape, no solace, no hope. The darkness of the room seemed to pulse with the incubus's own malevolent life force. It was not merely the absence of light. It was a living, breathing entity, writhing and coiling around him, binding him to the bed, to the very essence of his fear. He felt a strange kinship with this darkness, a twisted connection born from his own helplessness, his own vulnerability. The darkness was his tormentor, his captor, his master. The air itself felt thick, heavy, saturated with a cloying sweetness that was somehow sickeningly repulsive. It was the scent of decay, of damp earth, of something ancient and profoundly wrong. This odor clung to him, permeated him, mixing with his own sweat and fear, creating a stench that was both repulsive and strangely captivating. It was the smell of the incubus, its essence, its very being. He fought against it, battled the paralysis, fought the perverse arousal, fought the overwhelming terror, but his efforts were feeble, futile. He was a prisoner in his own body, trapped in a prison of his own making, his mind his only weapon, but even that seemed to be failing him. His thoughts fragmented, scattered, losing their coherence, dissolving into a chaotic swirl of fear and despair. He struggled to maintain his grip on reality, but the incubus's influence was relentless, its weight inescapable. The incubus's presence intensified, growing more tangible, more real. He could feel its form now, not clearly, but as an impression, a weight pressing against him, hovering above him, an ethereal presence with a chilling physicality. He could feel its breath on his skin, cold and clammy, like the touch of death itself, and he was consumed by a growing sense of inevitability, a terrifying awareness that he was losing the battle. His mind raced, desperately searching for escape, for solace, for anything to break the suffocating hold of the entity. He thought of his family, of the warmth of their love, of the comforting presence of his home. These images flickered in his mind, like dying embers in a raging storm. They were his anchors in the storm of terror, the only thing that kept him tethered to reality. He clung to them fiercely, clinging to life itself. Suddenly, the weight shifted, just slightly, the pressure lessening, as if the incubus recoiled, its grip momentarily weakened. The sweet stench of decay faded, replaced by a cold emptiness, a void that was somehow even more terrifying than the entity's presence. He felt it withdrawing, retreating, but not entirely disappearing. The pressure on his chest eased, and the paralysis began to loosen its grip, releasing him from its suffocating embrace. Slowly, agonizingly, he felt his limbs respond, his fingers twitching, his eyelids fluttering. He gasped, sucking in great lungfuls of air, his lungs burning, his chest heaving. The darkness receded, the oppressive weight lifting, the terrifying presence fading, leaving behind a lingering chill, a hollow ache, and the unshakable awareness of what had almost happened. He lay there, trembling, drenched in sweat, his body aching, his mind reeling from the experience. He had survived, but the encounter left an indelible scar on his soul, a chilling reminder of the terrifying power of the incubus, the horrifying reality of the unseen world. He was fundamentally changed, his worldview irrevocably altered, his sense of safety shattered. The lingering fear was a cold, relentless weight, a constant companion, a shadow that stretched into every corner of his waking life. He knew, with a chilling certainty, that the incubus would return, that the shadow would once more darken his dreams, that the night's terror was only a temporary reprieve. The battle was far from over, it was merely a terrifying intermission. The incubus was still out there, lurking in the darkness, waiting, watching, gathering its strength for the next assault. And he, powerless against its malevolent gaze, could only wait, dreading the inevitable return of the oppressive weight, the sickening arousal, the inescapable terror of the incubus's gaze. The weight of evil settled upon him, a permanent resident of his waking and sleeping hours, a constant companion in the chilling darkness of his existence. He knew he would never truly escape it. The memory of the incubus's oppressive weight, its perverse touch, would forever haunt him. The darkness was a part of him now. The pressure intensified, a physical manifestation of dread that tightened its grip around his chest. It was no longer a mere weight, it was a vice, crushing the air from his lungs, squeezing the life out of him. Each agonizing second felt like an eternity, a slow, agonizing suffocation that threatened to extinguish his very being. His heart hammered a frantic tattoo against his ribs, a desperate rhythm against the encroaching silence. It wasn't a silence of quiet, it was a silence pregnant with malevolence, a void filled with the chilling presence of something ancient and profoundly evil. Panic, raw and primal, clawed at the edges of his consciousness. He strained, he struggled, he fought against the paralysis, but his body remained stubbornly unresponsive, a traitorous vessel betraying his desperate pleas. His muscles, usually so obedient, now felt like lead, weighted down by an unseen force, bound by invisible chains. He was a prisoner in his own flesh, trapped in a nightmare from which there seemed to be no escape. The feeling of suffocation grew more acute, the pressure on his chest becoming unbearable. His vision blurred, the edges of his awareness fading into a hazy, indistinct darkness. His mind, usually a fortress of logic and reason, began to unravel, its defenses crumbling under the relentless assault of terror. He fought to maintain his grip on reality, to cling to the threads of sanity, but they were slipping, fraying, threatening to snap at any moment. He felt a cold dread seep into his bones, a bone-deep chill that spread through his body like a creeping paralysis. It wasn't just the physical pressure, it was a psychological assault, a dismantling of his very essence, a slow, agonizing erosion of his self. He felt himself shrinking, diminishing, becoming nothing more than a vessel for the incubus's dark power. The darkness of the room pulsed, a living, breathing entity that seemed to feed on his fear, his desperation, his very life force. It was no longer merely the absence of light, it was a sentient presence, a tangible malevolence that wrapped around him, binding him to the bed, to the earth, to his own despair. He could almost feel it weaving its tendrils around him, tightening its grip, drawing him further into its suffocating embrace. The scent of decay, that sickeningly sweet odor, intensified, becoming more cloying, more pervasive. It filled his nostrils, his lungs, his very being. It was the smell of death, of ancient evil, of something profoundly wrong. It permeated everything, mixing with the sweat of his terror, creating a stench that was both repulsive and strangely captivating, a perverse cocktail of fear and fascination. He tried to focus on something, anything, to pull himself back from the precipice of madness. He thought of his wife, her gentle smile, the warmth of her hand in his. He thought of his children, their laughter, their innocent faces. These images flickered in his mind, faint embers struggling against the encroaching darkness, but they were fading, their light dimming under the incubus's oppressive weight. The pressure increased exponentially, a crushing weight that threatened to cave in his ribcage. His breath hitched, a ragged gasp, a desperate attempt to draw in air that wouldn't come. His lungs burned, his chest ached, his body screamed in silent protest. He felt the life draining from him, a slow, agonizing ebbing away of his vitality. He was being consumed, devoured, his essence being sucked dry by this malevolent entity. The feeling of being watched intensified. It wasn't just a gaze, it was a violation, a piercing intrusion into the very core of his being. He felt stripped bare, exposed, vulnerable. The incubus's eyes, though unseen, burned into his soul, stripping away his dignity, his self-respect, his very humanity. He was reduced to nothing more than raw fear, a creature of pure terror. He felt a perverse arousal, a sickening blend of fear and desire that twisted his instincts, corrupting his very being. It was a response beyond his control, a reaction to the incubus's foul presence, a manifestation of the entity's insidious influence. He was both horrified and disgusted, his body betraying him, his own instincts turned against him. Suddenly, a shift. A minute, almost imperceptible change in the pressure. The crushing weight eased, just slightly, a hint of release in the suffocating grip. The sweet stench of decay faded, replaced by a cold emptiness, a void that was somehow more terrifying than the presence itself. The incubus was retreating, withdrawing, but the lingering fear was almost worse, a haunting reminder of its power. The paralysis loosened its hold. His fingers twitched, his eyelids fluttered. He gasped, inhaling great lungfuls of air, his lungs burning, his chest heaving. He coughed, a rattling sound that shook his body. He was alive. He had survived. But the victory felt hollow, fragile. He lay there, trembling, drenched in sweat, his body aching, his mind reeling. The encounter had left an indelible mark, a scar on his soul that would never fully heal. The memory of the incubus's gaze, its oppressive weight, its perverse touch, would forever haunt him. The darkness had touched him, stained him, marked him as its own. He knew the incubus would return. He knew this was not the end, but a terrifying reprieve, an intermission in a battle he could never truly win. The darkness had claimed a piece of him, and he would forever carry its shadow within. The fear lingered, a cold, relentless weight that settled upon him, a constant companion in the chilling darkness of his existence. The incubus's presence, though unseen, remained a palpable threat, a chilling reminder of the vulnerability of the human spirit in the face of ancient, malevolent forces. He lived, but he was forever changed, forever haunted by the unbearable pressure of the incubus's gaze. The world felt different now, tainted, shadowed, its innocence lost in the wake of that terrible encounter. The nights were no longer filled with restful sleep but with a dread anticipation, a constant vigilance against the inevitable return of the incubus. Every creak of the house, every rustle of leaves, every shadow that danced in the periphery of his vision sent shivers down his spine. The darkness outside his window became a living entity, filled with the lurking presence of unseen things. His own shadow became a threatening specter, a distorted reflection of his own terror. He sought solace in the daytime, burying himself in work, in the company of others, but the darkness followed, persistent, inescapable. The incubus's oppressive weight remained a phantom sensation, a haunting reminder that lurked just beneath the surface of his conscious mind. The lingering fear was a constant companion, a shadow that stretched into every corner of his waking life. He could feel its unseen presence, a silent menace that clung to him like a shroud. He was forever changed, and the chilling reality of the unseen world had irrevocably altered his perception of safety and security. The world was no longer a safe place, it was a battleground, and he was a solitary soldier fighting a war he could never win. He was forever marked by the incubus, a chilling testament to the terrifying power of the unseen world and the unbearable pressure of its gaze. His life, once filled with light, was now shrouded in perpetual twilight, forever haunted by the chilling memory of that night. The struggle against the darkness, against the incubus's relentless assault, would continue, and with each passing night, the fear only intensified, a testament to the insidious power of the night's terror and the unending battle for survival. The horror wasn't just the physical paralysis, the suffocating pressure on his chest, or the cloying stench of decay. It was the utter, soul-crushing helplessness. He was conscious, aware, yet utterly trapped, a silent observer in his own nightmare. His mind, usually a bastion of logic and reason, now felt like a fragile vessel tossed on a tempestuous sea, battered and broken by the relentless waves of terror. He tried to scream, to call out, but no sound escaped his lips. His throat felt constricted, his vocal cords paralyzed, as if bound by an invisible hand. The silence amplified the horror, a vacuum filled with the suffocating weight of the unseen presence. It was a silence that pressed down on him, a tangible entity that wrapped around him, suffocating him both physically and mentally. His struggles became futile, desperate thrashings against an unyielding force. His body was his prison, and the incubus his unseen jailer. The darkness of the room pulsed, breathing, shifting like a living thing. It wasn't simply the absence of light, it was a sentient entity, malicious and oppressive. He felt it weave its way into his mind, subtly manipulating his thoughts, twisting his perceptions. Memories flickered, distorted and grotesque, morphing into monstrous parodies of his past. His sense of self began to fragment, his identity dissolving into a swirling vortex of fear and confusion. He attempted to focus on something concrete, something real, to anchor himself to reality. He tried to recall his wife's face, the comforting feel of his children's hands in his. But even these cherished memories were tainted, warped by the incubus's influence. They became blurry, indistinct, their warmth replaced by a chilling coldness, a sense of irrevocable loss. The images of his loved ones, once beacons of hope and comfort, now seemed like ghosts, fading phantoms in the encroaching darkness. The pressure on his chest intensified, becoming a physical manifestation of his despair. It wasn't just a weight, it was a crushing force, as if a monstrous hand was squeezing the life out of him. His ribs ached, his lungs burned, and a primal fear, ancient and visceral, clawed its way to the forefront of his consciousness. He felt his life force draining away, a slow, agonizing ebb that left him feeling weak and vulnerable, his body betraying him in its utter inability to resist. The sense of being watched grew more acute, more intrusive. It wasn't just the feeling of eyes upon him, it was a violation of his soul, a tearing away of his deepest self. He felt exposed, naked, his very essence laid bare to the gaze of something profoundly evil. He was no longer a man, but a thing, an object of the incubus's dark curiosity. His pride, his dignity, his humanity, all were stripped away, leaving behind only raw, primal fear. His mind, overwhelmed by terror, began to unravel. Logical thought processes broke down, replaced by fragmented images and irrational fears. The line between reality and hallucination blurred, the boundaries between his internal world and the external reality dissolved. He struggled to maintain a sense of self, of coherence, but his efforts were futile. He was drowning in a sea of his own terror, helpless and adrift. He felt a creeping sensation of madness, an insidious unraveling of his sanity. The darkness within the room seemed to seep into his mind, corrupting his thoughts, twisting his memories, planting seeds of paranoia and fear. His perceptions became distorted, his senses heightened to a point of unbearable overload. Every shadow danced with menacing intent, every whisper seemed to carry a sinister meaning. He was lost in a maelstrom of fear, a prisoner in his own mind. Time became meaningless. Each second stretched into an eternity, each minute an unbearable ordeal. The feeling of utter helplessness intensified, a crushing weight that threatened to crush his spirit as well as his body. He yearned for escape, for release, but the paralysis held him fast, a cruel, inescapable prison. His pleas were silent, his struggles futile. He was alone, utterly and completely alone, at the mercy of a malevolent force beyond his comprehension. The incubus's presence, though unseen, was palpable, a malevolent force that permeated every aspect of his being. He felt its influence, a creeping darkness that chilled him to the bone and twisted his very soul. He could sense its gaze, a burning intensity that probed his deepest fears and insecurities. He was exposed, vulnerable, a mere puppet in the hands of a powerful and terrifying entity. A wave of nausea washed over him, a sickening blend of fear and a perverse arousal. His body betrayed him, his instincts corrupted by the incubus's foul presence. He was horrified and disgusted, his own reactions turning against him, adding another layer to the inescapable horror. He was not just paralyzed, he was broken, his will shattered, his spirit crushed. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the pressure eased. The weight lifted, though the terror remained. The paralysis receded, allowing a flicker of movement, a gasp of air. He was still terrified, but the absolute, crushing weight had lessened. The incubus had retreated, but the lingering dread was almost worse, a hollow echo of the unbearable horror he had just endured. He lay there, trembling, sweat slicking his skin, his body aching, his mind reeling. The incubus's departure did not bring relief, it only left a void, a terrifying emptiness that was somehow more chilling than its oppressive presence. He had survived, but the experience had irrevocably changed him. The memory of the incubus's gaze, its suffocating pressure, its perverse power, would forever haunt him, a chilling reminder of the fragility of the human spirit in the face of ancient, malevolent forces. He had survived a night of terror, but the darkness had touched him, leaving its mark upon his soul. The nightmare lingered, seeping into his waking hours, a constant reminder of the helplessness he had experienced, a chilling testament to the power of the unseen world. The night was over, but the horror lived on. He blinked, the darkness slowly resolving into the familiar shapes of his bedroom. The moonlight, filtering through the gap in the curtains, cast long, distorted shadows that danced on the walls, mocking his newfound freedom. He lay there, a broken thing, gasping for breath, his heart hammering a frantic rhythm against his ribs. The paralysis was gone, but the terror remained, a chilling echo in the silence. His body ached, every muscle screaming in protest. His sweat-soaked sheets clung to him like a second skin, the chilling dampness a constant reminder of his ordeal. He tried to move, to sit up, but his limbs felt leaden, heavy with the weight of exhaustion and fear. Even the simplest act of raising his hands seemed an insurmountable task. The room felt different, alien. The familiar comfort of his surroundings was gone, replaced by a sense of unease, a pervasive feeling of being watched. Every shadow seemed to writhe, every creak of the house sounded like a sinister whisper. The silence itself was heavy, laden with a palpable sense of dread. He wasn't simply afraid, he was profoundly altered, irrevocably changed by his encounter with the unseen. He pushed himself up, his movements slow and deliberate, each one a victory over the lingering paralysis. His vision swam, his head throbbing with a dull, persistent ache. He felt detached, as if observing himself from a distance, a silent spectator in his own life. He was no longer fully present, a part of him remained trapped in the nightmare, forever bound to the incubus's chilling gaze. He stumbled out of bed, his legs shaky and weak. The cold floor sent a shiver up his spine, a physical manifestation of the fear that had taken root within him. He made his way to the bathroom, his reflection staring back at him from the mirror, a gaunt, haunted face, eyes wide with a terror that refused to abate. He looked like a man who had wrestled with death and lost a part of himself in the struggle. The memory of the incubus's presence clung to him like a shroud, suffocating him, even in the light of day. It wasn't just the paralysis, the feeling of suffocation, the twisted images that had assaulted his mind. It was the gaze, the intense, malevolent scrutiny that had pierced his soul, stripping him bare, exposing his deepest vulnerabilities. He remembered the perverse arousal, the sickening twist of his own instincts, a horrific betrayal of his body and mind. The memory was a stain on his consciousness, a blemish that marred his sense of self. It was a violation, not just of his physical being, but of his very essence, a deep-seated wound that would never fully heal. The lingering dread was a constant companion, an unwelcome guest that would not depart. It wasn't a fleeting fear, it was a deep, pervasive anxiety that shadowed every aspect of his existence. He found himself constantly looking over his shoulder, expecting the darkness to reappear, the incubus to return. Sleep, once a welcome respite, now held a terrifying promise. He feared the darkness, the descent into unconsciousness, the vulnerability that sleep entailed. The nightmares, he knew, would return, bringing with them the chilling weight of paralysis, the suffocating pressure, the incubus's gaze. He tried to rationalize it, to explain it away as a particularly vivid nightmare, a product of stress or illness. But deep down, he knew better. He had experienced something real, something profoundly unsettling, something that transcended the boundaries of the waking world. He had encountered a darkness that lay beyond comprehension, a malevolent force that threatened the very fabric of his reality. His relationship with his wife and children was irrevocably changed. He couldn't shake the feeling of detachment, the chilling sense of loss that the incubus had inflicted. Their faces, once sources of comfort and love, now seemed blurred, distant, almost unreal. He found himself unable to fully connect with them, haunted by the fear that the incubus's influence might extend to those he loved most. His work suffered. His sharp mind, once a tool of precision and logic, was now clouded by fear and anxiety. He found himself unable to concentrate, his thoughts fragmented and disordered. The shadow of the incubus hung over his every endeavor, hindering his progress, sapping his energy, and undermining his confidence. He sought solace in solitude, retreating into the quiet corners of his home, avoiding human contact. The world outside felt too bright, too loud, too full of potential threats. He found a strange comfort in the darkness, a perverse familiarity in the shadows that had become his constant companions. His friends and family, initially concerned by his erratic behavior, gradually distanced themselves, unable to understand the depth of his suffering. They attributed his changes to stress, burnout, or even mental illness. But their words, intended to comfort, only served to deepen his isolation, reinforcing the sense that he was alone in his ordeal. He started to research, delving into folklore and mythology, desperately seeking an explanation for what he had experienced. He devoured books on sleep paralysis, night terrors, and the creatures of the night, the old hag, the shadow people, the incubus itself. He found stories that echoed his own experience, tales of paralysis, of unseen presences, of a world that existed just beyond the veil of sleep. The knowledge, however, brought little solace. If anything, it amplified his fear, confirming the existence of a darkness far older and more powerful than anything he could have imagined. It broadened the scope of his terror, extending it beyond the confines of his personal experience, into a vast, terrifying realm of the unknown. He sought professional help, but even the therapists, with their soothing voices and empathetic words, seemed unable to fully grasp the nature of his torment. His nightmares, his paralysis, his unshakable dread, were beyond their comprehension. They offered medication, therapy, but the underlying terror, the insidious corruption of his spirit, remained untouched. Time passed, but the memory of the incubus's gaze never faded. It remained a constant presence, a dark stain upon his soul. He learned to live with it, to manage the fear, but the underlying dread persisted, a chilling reminder of his encounter with the unseen. He continued to research, to write, to document his experiences, finding a strange kind of catharsis in sharing his story, even if no one fully understood. His life was no longer the same, his perception of the world irrevocably altered. He lived with the lingering dread, the haunting memory of the incubus's gaze, forever marked by his encounter with the darkness that dwells within the shadows. He had survived, but at a price. The nightmare lived on, not just in his memories, but in the very fabric of his existence. Sleep remained a treacherous battlefield, and the darkness, a constant, watchful presence. The world, once a familiar place, had become something strange and unsettling, a place where the unseen lurked, forever casting its shadow on the waking world. The incubus's gaze had shattered his innocence, leaving behind a legacy of fear and a profound understanding of the fragility of the human spirit when confronted by the ancient, terrifying power of the unknown. The night was over, but the horror lingered. Story 2: The Scarecrow's Curse. The old farmhouse groaned under the weight of the relentless wind, a mournful sigh that echoed Elias's own weariness. He hadn't slept properly in weeks, the nights consumed by a relentless cycle of unsettling dreams. Each dream began the same, the vast, empty field behind his farmhouse, stretching under a sky the color of bruised plums. And always, at the center, the scarecrow. It wasn't just any scarecrow, this one was different. Its burlap clothes were ragged, stained with what looked disturbingly like dried blood. Its face, a crude mask carved from weathered wood, seemed to shift and contort in the periphery of his vision, its empty eyes following his every move. In the dreams, it didn't just stand there, it moved, its limbs swaying with an unnatural grace, its stitched mouth twisting into a silent, mocking grin. The nightmares were only the beginning. Even during the day, Elias felt a constant sense of being watched, a prickling sensation on the back of his neck that never fully subsided. He'd catch glimpses of movement out of the corner of his eye, shadows shifting, branches swaying when there was no wind. He'd swear he heard whispers carried on the wind, sibilant sounds that seemed to claw at the edges of his sanity. He tried to rationalize it. The isolation of the farmhouse, miles from the nearest town, played tricks on the mind. The long, lonely nights fueled his anxieties. He told himself it was stress, exhaustion, the product of a mind overworked and overtired. But deep down, a chilling certainty gnawed at him. Something wasn't right. Something was wrong with the scarecrow. The feeling intensified as the days bled into nights. The wind howled with a ferocity that seemed almost sentient, rattling the windows and doors, creating a symphony of unsettling sounds. The shadows within the farmhouse seemed to deepen, to writhe and pulse with a life of their own. He'd find his tools misplaced, his belongings moved, small disturbances that hinted at a malevolent presence. One evening, while tending to his livestock, he saw it. Not in a dream, but in the harsh reality of the fading light. The scarecrow was leaning, its crude form swaying slightly, as if it were alive. A sudden gust of wind couldn't account for the almost deliberate tilt of its head, the way it seemed to be watching him. The bloodstains on its burlap clothes seemed darker, more vivid in the twilight. He felt a sudden icy dread, a visceral fear that transcended logic and reason. That night, the nightmares were worse. The scarecrow in his dreams was no longer just watching, it was stalking him, its long, skeletal arms outstretched, its stitched smile widening into a grotesque parody of a grin. It moved with horrifying speed, its movements fluid and unnatural, its burlap clothes flapping like the wings of some sinister bird of prey. He woke up screaming, drenched in sweat, his heart hammering against his ribs. The paralysis wasn't as severe as before, but a chilling residue of dread clung to him like a shroud, a suffocating weight that pressed down on his chest, making it hard to breathe. He was left with the horrifying sensation that something had been in his room, something that had watched him sleep. Days turned into a blur of fear and exhaustion. Elias found himself avoiding the field, avoiding the sight of the scarecrow. He tried to bury himself in work, but the constant sense of being watched, the lingering horror of the nightmares, made it almost impossible to concentrate. His hands trembled as he worked, his movements clumsy and uncertain. He began to notice more details about the scarecrow that had previously escaped his notice. The stuffing seemed to bulge and shift beneath the burlap, almost as if it were breathing. The stitches were uneven, almost haphazard, as if hastily repaired after being torn. There was a faint, musty odor that emanated from it, a smell that was both earthy and unnervingly metallic. Driven by a desperate need for understanding, he started to research. He delved into local folklore, searching for stories that might explain the unsettling phenomena plaguing him. He discovered old tales of cursed scarecrows, of ancient rituals performed in the fields under the cover of darkness. He learned of vengeful spirits trapped within inanimate objects, waiting for an opportunity to unleash their fury. The more he learned, the more terrifying the reality became. The stories he uncovered echoed his own experiences with chilling accuracy. He learned of a local legend, a tale whispered in hushed tones, of a scarecrow that had been used in a dark ritual, a scarecrow imbued with the spirit of a vengeful farmer who had died a violent death in his fields. The legend spoke of nightmares, of a creeping dread, of a feeling of being watched. Armed with this knowledge, Elias felt a chilling sense of confirmation. The scarecrow wasn't just a farm tool, it was a conduit for something dark, something ancient. It was a vessel for the restless spirit of a dead man, bent on vengeance. The fear that had been a nagging doubt now solidified into a terrifying certainty. He was being hunted, stalked by a supernatural entity concealed within the seemingly innocuous form of a scarecrow. The dread became more acute, more pervasive, until it seemed to saturate every corner of his existence. He started seeing the scarecrow everywhere, in the shadows of his farmhouse, reflected in the darkened panes of the windows, even in the swirling patterns of the smoke from his chimney. His sleep became a nightly battle against a relentless horror, a desperate struggle to escape the suffocating presence of the scarecrow's curse. His sanity began to fray at the edges, each night leaving him more depleted and haunted than the last. The line between reality and nightmare blurred, making it impossible to distinguish between the torment of his dreams and the creeping dread of his waking hours. He found solace only in the fleeting moments of daylight, the pale sun a fragile shield against the encroaching darkness. He tried to destroy the scarecrow, but the effort proved fruitless. Every time he approached the field, a wave of icy dread washed over him, making him hesitate, leaving him unable to carry out his intent. He'd find himself inexplicably drawn back to the farmhouse, the scarecrow's silent gaze seemingly guiding his footsteps. The weight of the curse pressed down on him with unrelenting force, stripping away his sense of security and leaving him vulnerable, a prisoner in his own home. The farmhouse, once a sanctuary, had become a cage, its familiar rooms transformed into a battleground against the unrelenting horror of the scarecrow's curse. His only hope lay in understanding the nature of this ancient evil, and unraveling the dark secrets embedded within the local folklore, and in finding a way to break the curse before it consumed him entirely. The night was far from over, and the horror far from finished. The scarecrow was watching. Always watching. The nights became a relentless assault. Sleep, once a refuge, transformed into a terrifying ordeal. Elias would drift off, only to be jolted awake by the sensation of icy breath on his neck, the feeling of unseen fingers tracing the contours of his face. He'd open his eyes to find the room shrouded in an unnatural darkness, the shadows stretching and contorting, twisting into grotesque shapes that seemed to writhe and pulse with a malevolent life. The shadows were no longer just passive onlookers, they were active participants in his torment. They'd shift and sway on the periphery of his vision, their movement fluid and deliberate, as if they were trying to communicate, to draw him into their nightmarish realm. Sometimes, he felt a weight pressing down on him, an invisible force that pinned him to his bed, mirroring the agonizing paralysis he'd experienced before. He'd struggle against it, a desperate fight against an unseen enemy, his breath catching in his throat as he fought for air, for freedom from the suffocating pressure. His nightmares escalated in intensity. The scarecrow was no longer a distant figure in a desolate field. It was present in his dreams, an inescapable part of his nocturnal torment. He found himself trapped in a labyrinthine maze of twisting corridors and shadowed alleyways, its stitched face lurking in every corner, its empty eyes following his every move. It never spoke, but its presence was palpable, a chilling weight that pressed down on him, suffocating him with its silent malice. The scarecrow's presence was no longer confined to the field. He saw it in his dreams, in the distorted reflections of his darkened windows, even in the fleeting patterns of the dancing flames in the hearth. Its image imprinted itself onto his consciousness, bleeding into his waking hours, haunting his every waking thought. He began to doubt his sanity, questioning whether he was hallucinating, whether the fear was self-generated, a product of his own fractured mind. The feeling of being watched intensified. It wasn't merely a lingering sensation, it was a palpable presence, a certainty that someone, or something, was observing him from the darkness beyond his window. He'd lie in bed, eyes wide open, staring into the night, trying to pierce the darkness, to identify the source of his dread. He'd catch glimpses of movement at the edge of his vision, fleeting shadows that darted across the floor, disappearing as quickly as they appeared. The whispers returned, the sibilant sounds clawing at his sanity, their meaning elusive, yet their message of impending doom unmistakable. He tried to find solace in the mundane tasks of daily life, but even the simplest act became a struggle. His hands shook as he attempted to cook his meals, his movements clumsy and uncertain, the familiar rhythm of his routine shattered by the ever-present weight of fear. He'd find his tools misplaced, his possessions disturbed, a malevolent rearrangement of his belongings hinting at a purposeful mischief. The unsettling pattern continued, the subtle signs of an unseen entity weaving its malevolent presence into the fabric of his existence. His sleep became a battleground, a nightly struggle against an unseen enemy. He'd awaken in a cold sweat, his heart hammering against his ribs, his breath ragged and shallow. The paralysis, though less frequent, still haunted him, the chilling inability to move or scream echoing the worst of his nightmares. The moments of lucidity between the nightmares and wakefulness were filled with a debilitating terror, a sense of profound vulnerability, and a haunting premonition of impending doom. He tried to explain it away, to rationalize his fear. The isolation, the long nights, the strain of the relentless anxiety. He'd try to reason, to convince himself it was all in his mind, the product of an overwrought imagination. But as the days bled into nights, the unsettling signs continued, intensifying, growing more insistent, more terrifying. The whispers grew louder, the shadows more menacing, and the nightmares more vivid, more gruesome, more real. He began to keep a journal, a desperate attempt to chronicle his descent into madness, to document the evidence of his unrelenting fear. He wrote of the shadows, of the whispers, of the nightmares, his words a shaky testament to the unraveling of his sanity. Each entry was more frantic than the last, his handwriting becoming progressively less legible, his sentences fragmented and disjointed, mirroring the state of his fracturing mind. He searched for answers in his research, poring over books on local folklore, searching for stories that might shed light on his plight. He discovered tales of ancient entities and malevolent spirits, of vengeful ghosts and restless souls, entities trapped within inanimate objects, waiting for a chance to unleash their fury upon the unsuspecting. He found accounts of similar disturbances, similar nightmares, similar feelings of being watched, haunted by a spectral presence. His obsession with the scarecrow grew. He couldn't shake the feeling that it was the source of his torment, the focal point of the curse that consumed him. He'd try to convince himself that it was just a simple farm tool, a benign object. Yet, the more he learned, the more he realized that his initial intuition was correct. This was no ordinary scarecrow. It was something more sinister, something ancient and malevolent, a conduit for the curse. He spent his days in a state of anxious anticipation, his nights a horrific battle against the relentless onslaught of the scarecrow's influence. The boundary between reality and nightmare became increasingly blurred. Each new day dawned with a renewed, desperate hope that the night's horrors had been just a dream, only to find himself sinking back into the relentless cycle of fear and dread as the sun fell, and the shadows once again began to lengthen. His fear was no longer a vague, unsettling feeling. It was a physical presence, a suffocating weight pressing down on him, threatening to crush him beneath its dark, relentless grip. The scarecrow's curse held him captive, its icy grip tightening with each passing night. His sanity hung precariously in the balance, threatened by the relentless darkness, a silent promise of eternal torment. The only certainty was the relentless, inescapable, ever-present gaze of the scarecrow, watching, waiting, and always anticipating the next attack on his weary, increasingly broken mind. The nightmares intensified. They were no longer fleeting glimpses of terror, but prolonged, agonizing ordeals. He'd find himself trapped in a vast, desolate field, the wind whispering secrets he couldn't comprehend, the ground beneath his feet shifting and swaying like a restless sea. The scarecrow loomed, a grotesque sentinel in the heart of this unsettling landscape, its stitched features contorted in a sinister grin that seemed to stretch impossibly wide, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. Its eyes, vacant pits of darkness, followed his every move, seeming to bore into his soul, leaving him feeling exposed, vulnerable, utterly alone. The scarecrow never spoke, yet its silence was more terrifying than any scream. Its presence radiated a palpable malice, a suffocating weight that pressed down on him, making it impossible to breathe, to move. He'd struggle, thrashing against an unseen force that held him captive, his limbs heavy, unresponsive, as the scarecrow advanced, its ragged clothes rustling like the whisperings of the damned. He tried to run, but his legs were lead, his feet sinking into the yielding earth, the field itself seeming to conspire against his escape. Sometimes, the landscape would shift and change. The endless field would transform into a labyrinthine maze of twisting corridors and shadowed alleyways, each turn leading to another dead end, the scarecrow's looming silhouette always just beyond his grasp. He'd feel its icy breath on his neck, its presence a constant, chilling reminder of his inescapable predicament. The air grew thick, heavy with the stench of decaying straw and damp earth, a smell that clung to the back of his throat, choking him, suffocating him. The feeling of being watched intensified in his waking hours. It wasn't just the shadows anymore, it was a feeling of being observed, studied, dissected by unseen eyes. He'd catch glimpses of movement out of the corner of his eye, fleeting shadows that seemed to dance at the edge of his perception, disappearing as quickly as they appeared. He'd feel a cold draft, a sudden chill in the air, even when the windows were firmly shut. He started to question the integrity of his own perception, wondering if he was losing his mind, if the fear was self-generated, a phantom of his own fractured psyche. He tried to find solace in the mundane tasks of daily life. He'd cook simple meals, though his hands would tremble uncontrollably, his movements clumsy and uncoordinated. He'd read, but the words would blur and swim before his eyes, the lines of text dissolving into a chaotic jumble of meaningless symbols. Sleep, or rather, the desperate attempt at it, remained his greatest enemy. The moments of lucidity between nightmares were filled with a deep and pervasive sense of dread, a palpable anticipation of the next onslaught of terror. The boundary between dream and reality was collapsing, the lines blurring, leaving him adrift in a sea of unrelenting fear. He began to document his experiences, scribbling frantic entries in a worn leather-bound journal. His handwriting grew increasingly erratic and illegible as his sanity frayed at the edges. He described the texture of the scarecrow's coarse burlap clothes, the unsettling weight of its presence, the way its empty eyes seemed to pierce the veil of his consciousness. He wrote of the whispers, the sibilant sounds that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of the house, their meaning obscured, yet their message of impending doom utterly unmistakable. His research into local folklore intensified. He sought answers, desperate for an explanation, a way to break the curse that bound him. He discovered tales of ancient entities, of malevolent spirits tethered to inanimate objects, waiting for an unsuspecting victim to latch onto. He found accounts of beings who fed on fear, drawing sustenance from the very essence of their victims' terror. He discovered stories of scarecrows, not just simple farm implements, but vessels for ancient curses, guardians of forgotten rituals and dark magic. The more he learned, the more convinced he became that his intuition was correct. This was no ordinary scarecrow. It was a conduit, a focal point for a malevolent energy, a nexus of dark power. He began to see its influence in everything, the shifting shadows, the unsettling whispers, the relentless nightmares. He felt its presence even in the quietest moments, the most mundane tasks. His everyday life was saturated with its ominous aura, each day a countdown to the inevitable return of its terrifying nocturnal visits. The nights became an unbearable crucible of fear. He'd lie awake, eyes wide open, staring into the darkness, listening for the rustle of its ragged clothes, the creak of its decaying wooden frame. He'd feel the weight of its gaze upon him, a palpable pressure that seemed to crush the breath from his lungs. He'd see it in the flickering shadows, in the distorted reflections of the moonlight on the window pane. It was everywhere and nowhere, a constant, oppressive presence that permeated every aspect of his existence. He tried various methods to combat the curse. He'd attempted protective rituals, read incantations, sought the help of local psychics and mediums. Nothing worked. The Scarecrow's influence remained unshaken, its power seemingly limitless. He began to lose hope, surrendering to the inescapable grip of fear. His once sharp mind dulled, his body weakened by the unrelenting terror. The line between reality and delusion blurred further. The Scarecrow seemed to be more than just a figure from his nightmares. It was a tangible force, shaping his waking moments as well. The days bled into weeks, the weeks into months. His descent into madness continued, fueled by the relentless onslaught of the Scarecrow's influence. He existed in a state of perpetual fear, his sanity a flickering candle in the face of an encroaching storm. He knew, with a chilling certainty, that the Scarecrow would not release its hold until it had completely consumed him, leaving behind only an empty husk, a testament to its malevolent power. He felt the curse creeping into his very bones, draining the life from him, leaving him a fragile shell of his former self. The shadows grew longer, the whispers more insistent, the nightmares more vivid and horrifying. The Scarecrow's presence was no longer simply a threat. It was a consuming reality, a suffocating darkness that threatened to extinguish the last embers of his hope. He was a prisoner in his own mind, his own body, his own life, trapped in a nightmarish loop from which there seemed no escape, forever haunted by the relentless, malevolent gaze of the Scarecrow, its stitched grin a chilling promise of eternal torment. His only certainty was that the darkness, with its ever-present watcher, was only going to grow. And with each passing moment, he found himself growing ever closer to the inevitable, inescapable end. The end that the Scarecrow had patiently, relentlessly, and horrifyingly been awaiting. The farmer, once a man of the earth, grounded in the rhythm of the seasons, now found himself adrift in a sea of paranoia. The familiar sights and sounds of his farm, the clucking of hens, the mowing of cows, the rustling of leaves, now carried an undercurrent of menace, each a potential harbinger of the Scarecrow's return. The sun, once a source of warmth and life, now seemed to cast long, accusing shadows, each one a sinister imitation of the Scarecrow's looming figure. His days were a grotesque parody of normalcy. He'd attempt to tend to his crops, but his hands would tremble so violently that he'd struggle to hold the hoe. The rows of cornstalks seemed to writhe and twist before his eyes, morphing into grotesque figures, their rustling leaves whispering accusations he couldn't quite decipher. He'd try to milk the cows, but their gentle eyes seemed to hold a knowing glint, their placid stares imbued with a disturbing intelligence. Even the animals, once his companions, now felt like silent conspirators, their presence a constant, unnerving reminder of the encroaching darkness. Meals became an ordeal. He'd meticulously prepare simple dishes, but the food would lose its taste, its texture turning alien and unpleasant under his terrified gaze. He'd often find himself staring at his reflection in the polished surface of a spoon, his eyes wide and bloodshot, his face gaunt and drawn, a testament to the relentless toll of fear. He saw the Scarecrow in every reflection, its empty eyes staring back at him, mirroring the terror consuming him. Sleep offered no respite. The nightmares continued, their intensity escalating with each passing night. The desolate field, the labyrinthine maze, the looming figure of the scarecrow, these images haunted his dreams, leaving him exhausted and emotionally drained even in his waking hours. The lines between dream and reality had all but vanished. He'd wake up in a cold sweat, his heart pounding, convinced that the scarecrow was standing over him, its icy breath on his neck. His once orderly farmhouse transformed into a prison. Every corner seemed to harbor a shadow, every creak of the floorboards a signal of the scarecrow's approach. He'd barricade himself in his room, but the walls seemed to close in on him, the air growing thick and heavy, suffocating him. He started hearing whispers again, sibilant sounds that seemed to emanate from the very structure of the house, weaving through the cracks in the walls and the gaps in the floorboards. The whispers seemed to confirm his deepest fears. They spoke of his impending doom, their meaning both terrifyingly clear and maddeningly obscure. His attempts to rationalize his experiences were futile. He'd try to convince himself that he was hallucinating, that the fear was self-generated, a product of stress and exhaustion. But the physical manifestations of the scarecrow's influence were undeniable. He'd find strange symbols etched into the wooden beams of his house, symbols that resembled those he'd seen in the ancient texts detailing local folklore. He'd feel cold spots in the rooms, even on the warmest days, and the scent of decaying straw and damp earth seemed to linger constantly in the air. The reality of the curse was far too potent for rationalization. His journal entries became increasingly frantic and incoherent. His once neat script devolved into a chaotic scrawl, a reflection of his unraveling mind. He wrote of the scarecrow's eyes, which seemed to follow him even in his waking moments, their vacant gaze piercing through him, reading his thoughts, his fears, his very soul. He described the way the scarecrow's stitched features twitched and contorted, its smile widening into a monstrous grimace that seemed to stretch impossibly wide. His descriptions were visceral, imbued with a raw and terrifying intimacy that indicated an intense, almost symbiotic relationship between himself and the object of his fear. His descent into madness accelerated. He began to neglect his appearance. His clothes grew ragged and dirty, mirroring the decay he felt consuming him from within. He barely ate, his body becoming emaciated, a fragile frame barely clinging to life. He rarely left his house, preferring the claustrophobic comfort of his own four walls to the terrifying uncertainty of the outside world. The outside world felt even more hostile now, the fields he once loved now seeming to watch him, to judge him, to whisper his impending fate to the wind. He began talking to himself, his voice a low, ragged whisper, his words often fragmented and nonsensical. He would carry on conversations with the scarecrow, pleading with it to release him from its grip, offering up apologies for unknown transgressions, begging for mercy, all of which were met with an unnerving silence. The silence of the scarecrow was more terrifying than any scream. It was the silence of judgment, of impending doom. His paranoia extended to everyone around him. He saw suspicion in the eyes of the townspeople, believing they knew of the scarecrow, of his curse, and were silently judging him. He imagined whispers following him in the street, always just out of earshot, but carrying the heavy weight of their condemnation. He retreated further and further into his own warped reality, his interactions with the outside world growing increasingly strained and erratic. The once gregarious farmer was now a recluse, a man consumed by fear, his mind a battlefield where reality and nightmare fought for dominance. The final entries in his journal were barely legible, a jumble of symbols and frantic, barely coherent sentences. He wrote of seeing the scarecrow not only in his dreams, but also in his waking moments, its shadow looming over him, its icy breath on his skin. He wrote of the feeling of being consumed, of losing his sense of self, of becoming one with the scarecrow's malevolent essence. The very act of writing had become a desperate attempt to retain his sanity, to hold on to the last fragments of his identity before it was lost forever to the horrifying embrace of the scarecrow. His final words were a single, chilling repetition. It is always watching. His body, frail and broken, was discovered weeks later, slumped over his desk, the leather-bound journal lying open beside him, its pages filled with the testament to a mind entirely consumed by fear. The scarecrow, still standing sentinel in the cornfield, seemed to stand watch, a silent, sinister guardian of its triumph over the farmer's crumbling spirit. The curse, it seemed, had been fulfilled, leaving behind a chilling reminder of the terrifying power of the uncanny and the fragile nature of the human mind in the face of unrelenting horror. The wind whispered through the cornstalks, carrying with it a grim and unsettling silence, a silence that spoke volumes of what had transpired in the farmer's increasingly unhinged mind. The once vibrant fields held a haunted silence that whispered a chilling testament to the scarecrow's curse. The whispers intensified. They weren't just emanating from the walls anymore, they seemed to be woven into the very fabric of the air, a chorus of sibilant hisses that surrounded him, a constant, chilling presence. They spoke of the scarecrow, of its power, of its insatiable hunger for his soul. They spoke of things he couldn't comprehend, hinting at ancient rituals and forgotten gods, at a malevolence that predated even the farm itself. He started to see them, not as whispers, but as shadowy figures flitting at the edges of his vision, their forms indistinct yet menacing, their movements like the flickering of candlelight in a darkened room. Sleep became a terrifying luxury, a descent into a waking nightmare. He tried to fight it, to stay awake, but his eyelids felt heavy, leaden, as if weighed down by the scarecrow's malevolent gaze. And when sleep did claim him, it was not a respite, but a continuation of the terror. The nightmares grew increasingly vivid and violent. The scarecrow was no longer a distant, menacing figure. It was close, intimate, its rough straw limbs reaching for him, its empty eyes boring into his soul. He felt its cold touch, the scratchy feel of its burlap clothing against his skin, the chilling proximity of its rotten breath. The line between reality and dream blurred beyond recognition. He'd wake up convinced the scarecrow was in the room, its presence thick and suffocating, its shadow stretching across the floor. He'd reach out, his hands trembling, expecting to feel the coarse texture of its burlap body, only to meet the cold emptiness of air. Yet, the feeling of its presence lingered, an oppressive weight on his chest, stealing his breath, constricting his heart. He'd find himself staring at his hands, scrutinizing them for signs of the scarecrow's touch, convinced that its essence had somehow permeated his own flesh. He began to see the scarecrow in his waking moments, too. Not a clear, distinct vision, but fleeting glimpses, a sense of movement out of the corner of his eye, a ripple in the air, a subtle shift in the shadows. He would be working in the garden, his hands buried in the soil, and he'd feel a cold breath on his neck, a sensation that sent icy tendrils down his spine. He would turn, expecting to see the scarecrow looming over him, but find nothing. Only the empty vastness of the field, the waving corn stalks, the endless sky. But the feeling would linger, that unnerving certainty that he was being watched, that something was near, something malevolent and unseen. His sanity began to fray. He spoke less and less, his words becoming broken and disjointed. He'd mutter to himself, fragments of conversations with the scarecrow, apologies, pleas for mercy, desperate attempts to appease the entity that had consumed his life. He'd stare for hours at nothing, his eyes wide and unfocused, his body trembling, as if caught in the crosscurrents of some unseen battle. His once orderly farm was now in disarray, neglected and overgrown, a mirror of his fractured mind. One evening, while battling the onset of another nightmare, he decided he couldn't endure it anymore. He had to confront the scarecrow, to end this torment once and for all. Armed with a rusty pitchfork, he stumbled out into the night, his heart hammering against his ribs, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying straw, the familiar aroma that now heralded the scarecrow's presence. He walked through the tall corn stalks, the rustling leaves whispering around him, their sounds a mocking chorus of dread. The moon cast long, distorted shadows that danced and writhed, transforming the familiar landscape into a nightmarish labyrinth. He found the scarecrow standing sentinel in the center of the field, its empty eyes gleaming faintly in the moonlight. It seemed larger than he remembered, its shadow stretching across the earth like a shroud. A chilling wind howled around him, carrying with it the whispers, the chilling laughter of unseen entities. He felt a cold dread permeate his being, a paralyzing fear that threatened to overwhelm him. But he held his ground, gripping the pitchfork tightly, his resolve a flickering candle against the gathering storm. As he approached, the scarecrow seemed to shift, its form becoming distorted, its features shifting and twisting. The burlap seemed to ripple, as if alive, and its empty sockets seemed to burn with an eerie light. He felt a powerful force emanating from it, a malevolent energy that reached out, grasping at his soul. The whispers intensified, becoming a cacophony of voices, all chanting his name, their tones laced with both accusation and derision. He couldn't hear anything but these voices, these unseen presences, crowding the night with their malevolent intensity. He was drowning in the sheer force of the scarecrow's malevolence. Then, everything went white. He awoke sprawled on the ground, the pitchfork lying beside him, the scarecrow gone. He was disoriented, confused, unsure of how long he'd been unconscious. His body ached, every muscle screaming in protest. He struggled to his feet, his head swimming, his vision blurred. The moon hung high in the sky, casting its eerie glow on the silent field. The whispers were gone, replaced by an unnerving silence, a void that somehow felt heavier and more menacing than the cacophony he'd endured. But something had shifted. The fear was still there, but it was different, dulled, somehow muted. It was no longer the relentless, all-consuming terror that had consumed him for weeks. It was more like a distant echo, a memory of a nightmare that he had somehow survived. He looked at his hands, and he didn't find evidence of the scarecrow's touch, no lingering malevolence or dark residue. It felt as if he had faced the darkness and, in some inexplicable way, emerged changed. He walked back towards his house, his steps slow and deliberate. The house stood before him, unchanged, yet somehow different, as if the horrors he had lived within its walls had somehow leached away. As he walked through the door, he closed it behind him with a decisive and resolute move. The fear was still present, but now he was prepared to confront it. He had stared into the abyss, and while the abyss had not vanished, neither had he. The scarecrow's curse hadn't been broken, but it had been faced, and in that act of confrontation, something within him had shifted. The terrifying power of the scarecrow had been subdued, not conquered, but a new equilibrium had been established between man and entity, fear and defiance. A fragile truce that might break at any moment, yet still a truce nonetheless. The nightmares continued, but they lacked the paralyzing fear that had once consumed him, an unsettling quiet that filled him with both exhaustion and an odd, uneasy form of peace. The long, dark night might continue, but the dawn might eventually follow. Story 3: The Spectral Hitchhiker. The Wipers fought a losing battle against the deluge, smearing the already limited visibility into streaks of distorted moonlight and churning rain. The old Ford pickup truck bucked and swayed, its tires struggling for purchase on the slick asphalt. Ahead, the highway stretched out like a ribbon of black water, disappearing into the storm-racked night. He hadn't seen another car in what felt like hours. Loneliness, thick and heavy, pressed down on him, a palpable weight in the cramped cabin. He checked the rearview mirror, the swirling rain obscuring anything behind him, but the feeling persisted, a sense of being watched, of being followed by something unseen. A flicker of movement at the edge of the road caught his eye. A figure, indistinct and shrouded in the gloom, stood beside the guardrail, barely visible in the torrential downpour. He slowed the truck, squinting through the rain-lashed windshield, his heart thumping against his ribs. Hesitation warred with a strange, almost compulsive urge to stop. He'd always been wary of hitchhikers, especially on nights like this, but something about this figure, it felt different. A sense of despair, of utter desolation, emanated from it, a silent plea that cut through the storm's roar. He pulled the truck to the side of the road, the gravel crunching beneath the tires. The figure approached, their movements slow and deliberate, almost spectral. The rain plastered their dark clothing to their frame, clinging like a second skin. Their face remained hidden, obscured by the shadow of a wide-brimmed hat. As they drew closer, he noticed their hands, pale, almost translucent, their fingers long and slender, like the gnarled branches of a dead tree. "Need a ride?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper against the relentless drumming of the rain. The figure nodded, their head barely visible beneath the hat. A sudden chill, more intense than the nighttime dampness, washed over him. He felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Something about their stillness, the lack of any discernible human warmth, was deeply unsettling. As the hitchhiker climbed into the truck, a musty, earthy odor filled the cabin, a scent like damp soil and decaying leaves. It was faint but pervasive, clinging to the air like a shroud. He tried to make out the hitchhiker's features in the dim light, but their face remained obscured, veiled in shadow. He could see only the glimmer of pale skin beneath the hat's brim and their hands, their fingers constantly moving as if manipulating some unseen object. "Where are you headed?" he asked again, his voice trembling slightly. The reply was a soft whisper, almost lost in the roar of the rain and the hum of the engine, somewhere far away. The journey unfolded in a strange silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic swish of the wipers and the ceaseless patter of rain against the truck's metal skin. The air felt thick with an unspoken tension, an oppressive weight that pressed down on him, making it hard to breathe. He stole glances at his passenger, trying to catch a glimpse of their face, but their head remained bowed, their presence a mystery wrapped in shadow. The road twisted and turned, winding through a landscape that seemed to shift and change with the passing darkness. The rain continued unabated, transforming the world outside into a blurry, indistinct canvas of gray and black. Occasionally, he caught glimpses of distorted shapes in the darkness beyond the headlights, shadowy figures that seemed to follow them, lurking at the edges of visibility, their forms shifting and reforming, like apparitions in a half-remembered dream. He felt a growing sense of unease, a creeping dread that gnawed at his composure. It wasn't just the storm, or the isolation of the empty highway. Something about the hitchhiker, their aura of despair, the peculiar odor that clung to them, felt profoundly wrong, deeply unsettling. He found himself struggling to maintain focus on the road. The passenger's presence was a powerful distraction, a subtle, insidious force that was pulling his attention towards something dark and unseen. The feeling was reminiscent of the sleep paralysis he'd suffered as a child, that horrible sense of being awake but trapped, unable to move or scream, the dark shadow pressing down. The hitchhiker shifted slightly, their hand moving close to their face. He caught a fleeting glimpse of something metallic glinting beneath the hat's brim, a sliver of silver, almost like a blade. His heart lurched, a jolt of pure adrenaline coursing through his veins. He gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white, his eyes fixed on the rain-slick road ahead. As the hours crept by, he began to notice other strange occurrences. The radio began to emit static, the sound building into a crescendo of unsettling whispers, voices that seemed to weave into the rain and wind, the words incomprehensible but laced with a chilling undertone of despair and something else, something ancient and malevolent. The shadows outside the truck grew longer, darker, almost sentient, their movements following the rhythm of the rain, growing and contracting like living things. He wanted to ask the hitchhiker about it, wanted to ask them to leave, but something held him back, a paralyzing fear mixed with a morbid curiosity. He was trapped, caught in a strange, nightmarish loop, his will overtaken by a frightening fascination with the unknown, the inexplicable. Finally, as the first hints of dawn broke through the clouds, they reached a desolate crossroads, marked only by a weathered, almost dilapidated signpost. The hitchhiker stirred, their pale hand resting briefly on his arm, a strange coldness that ran down to his bones. "This is it," the hitchhiker whispered, their voice barely audible above the wind. "Thank you." Before he could respond, they were gone, simply vanished, leaving behind only the faint scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. He looked around, his eyes scanning the empty crossroads, but there was no sign of them. They had simply ceased to exist. He sat for a long moment, watching the storm begin to subside, the dawn painting the sky with streaks of pale light. The world seemed brighter, but the memory of the hitchhiker's presence remained, a chilling reminder of his nightmarish journey and the spectral entity he'd carried. The feeling of unease persisted, a lingering dread that left him with a sense of emptiness, of the uncanny and inexpressible. He looked in his rearview mirror for any sign of the hitchhiker, but it was nothing but the empty road reflecting back at him, a desolate emptiness, the rain washing away the night's horrors, but not its memory. He drove on, the dawn a deceptive promise of safety in a world that seemed to hold more darkness than light. The silence in the truck was a suffocating presence, far more oppressive than the storm raging outside. It wasn't a comfortable quiet, it was a deafening void, punctuated only by the rhythmic swish of the wipers and the relentless drumming of rain on the metal. Each second stretched, elongated, becoming an agonizing eternity. The air itself seemed to vibrate with an unspoken tension, a palpable energy that hummed just beneath the surface of reality. It was a silence that clawed at his sanity, a silence that whispered of things unseen, things unnameable. He stole another glance at his passenger. The hitchhiker remained motionless, their head bowed, their form shrouded in shadow. The darkness beneath the wide-brimmed hat was absolute, a void that seemed to absorb the meager light filtering through the windshield. Their stillness was unnerving, unnatural, as if they were not truly alive, but merely a meticulously crafted illusion, a projection of some deeper, darker reality. The only movement he could detect was the subtle twitching of their pale fingers, as if they were manipulating something unseen, something hidden within the folds of their dark clothing. A chilling coldness radiated from the hitchhiker, a palpable aura that seeped into his bones, a stark contrast to the clammy heat of the truck's interior. It wasn't simply the cold of the night. This was something different, something ancient and unsettling, a profound absence of warmth that chilled him to the marrow. He felt a prickling sensation on his skin, a goose flesh that refused to subside despite the damp heat of the truck's interior. It was as though an icy wind was blowing directly upon him, regardless of the shielding provided by the vehicle's relatively warm space. He tried to focus on the road, to concentrate on the task of driving through the storm-lashed landscape, but his attention kept returning to the hitchhiker, drawn by an irresistible morbid curiosity. The silence, the coldness, the unsettling stillness, it was a powerful magnetic force, pulling him into a vortex of unease, a terrifying whirlpool of the uncanny. The shadows outside the truck seemed to deepen, growing longer, more menacing. They pulsed and shifted, undulating with the rhythm of the rain, their forms constantly changing, their movements mirroring the hitchhiker's unseen manipulations. They were no longer mere shadows. They felt sentient, aware, as if they were watching him, judging him, waiting for some unknown moment. He caught glimpses of shapes within the shadows, fleeting forms that seemed to writhe and twist, momentarily coalescing into vaguely humanoid shapes, before dissolving back into the darkness. The landscape outside seemed to morph and change as well. Familiar landmarks became distorted, twisted into something nightmarish and unfamiliar, the familiar becoming distorted. The world beyond the headlights seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, a chaotic energy that resonated with the growing unease within him. The radio, which had been playing softly earlier, now emitted only static, a cacophony of white noise that was broken by occasional bursts of disjointed whispers. The whispers were unintelligible, fragments of sound that seemed to weave themselves into the wind and rain, yet carried a chilling undertone of despair, of ancient sorrow. He turned the radio off, but the whispers seemed to persist, weaving into the sounds of the storm. They were everywhere, an insidious presence that seeped into his consciousness, blurring the line between reality and nightmare. His thoughts became fragmented, his mind struggling to maintain its composure. He felt a growing disconnect from himself, a sense of detachment as if he were watching himself from a distance, a passive observer of his own terrifying experience. The line between reality and dream began to blur. It felt hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of those terrifying episodes of sleep paralysis from his childhood, that horrifying feeling of being trapped, awake but unable to move, a dark shadow pressing down on him, its weight suffocating. The feeling of being watched intensified, and he was unable to shake the sense that unseen eyes were upon him. The hitchhiker's hand moved again, closer to their face, and a glint of metallic silver flashed beneath the brim of their hat. It was a fleeting glimpse, a sliver of cold steel reflecting the meager light from the dashboard, but it was enough to send a fresh wave of fear coursing through him. He clutched the steering wheel, his knuckles turning white, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs. The metallic gleam was chilling, the image haunting his peripheral vision. He was sure now that it was a blade. It was cold, predatory, and yet he felt unable to react, an odd sense of paralysis settling over him, mirroring his childhood experiences. He tried to speak, to break the oppressive silence, to ask the hitchhiker to leave, but no sound emerged. His throat was constricted, his voice caught in his chest. The fear was suffocating, paralyzing, a chilling grip that mirrored the dreaded paralysis from his younger years. The road stretched ahead, a seemingly endless ribbon of black, the rain continuing its relentless assault, adding to his growing anxiety and the strangeness of the night. The fear was physical, a tangible pressure in his chest. As the first streaks of dawn began to appear, painting the storm-ravaged sky with pale hues of gray and light, they reached a desolate crossroads, marked by a dilapidated signpost, half buried in the mud. The hitchhiker stirred, their cold hand brushing his arm, sending a shiver down his spine, a bone-chilling coldness that resonated deeply within him. This contact was something otherworldly, a touch that was devoid of any warmth or human feeling. A coldness that went beyond the elements of the night, a coldness that seemed to emanate from something far older, something far more sinister. "This is it," the hitchhiker whispered, their voice barely audible above the wind's howl. "Thank you." And then they were gone. Vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the lingering scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a palpable sense of absence. He looked around, his eyes frantically scanning the desolate crossroads, but there was nothing, not a figure, not a shadow, nothing but the desolate road and the pale dawn light. They simply ceased to exist, as if they had never been there at all. He sat for a long moment, stunned, the silence now a heavy blanket in which the echoes of the night clung. The storm was beginning to subside, the dawn a deceptive promise of safety, yet the chill lingered. It was not merely the cold of the morning, but a deep-seated, unsettling coldness that had taken root in his being. The world seemed brighter, yet the memory of the hitchhiker's presence, of the chilling stillness, and the unnerving silence within the truck, remained a haunting reminder of his journey through the night. The unease persisted, a lingering dread that settled deep within his soul, leaving him with a sense of profound emptiness and the inexplicable. He looked in his rearview mirror, hoping for a glimpse, but there was nothing but the empty road reflecting back, a blank canvas reflecting the desolate emptiness, a desolate vastness. The rain washed away the night's horrors, but not the memory, the chilling unease that still hung heavy in the air. He started his engine and drove on, the dawn a deceptive promise of safety in a world that seemed to be far darker than he had ever imagined. The memory of the spectral hitchhiker lingered, its chilling coldness sunk deep, a reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the edges of the known, waiting to claim the unwary. The hitchhiker's request wasn't for money or a ride to the nearest town. It was far more unsettling, far more primal. Their voice, a raspy whisper that seemed to emanate from the very depths of the earth, sent a fresh wave of icy dread through him. The dawn light, fragile and hesitant, did little to dispel the oppressive darkness that clung to the hitchhiker, to the desolate crossroads, to his very soul. "I need a witness," the hitchhiker rasped, their words barely audible above the receding wind's mournful howl. "A witness to my passing." The driver's breath hitched in his throat. A witness to their passing? The phrase hung in the air, heavy and ominous, a morbid invitation into a realm beyond comprehension. He looked at the hitchhiker, their face still obscured by the shadow of their wide-brimmed hat, but a strange energy radiated from them, an almost palpable sense of urgency, a desperate plea masked by an unnerving stillness. The coldness emanating from them intensified, a glacial wave that seemed to seep into his very bones, freezing his blood. He felt a prickling sensation on the back of his neck, the hair standing on end despite the relative warmth of the truck's interior. It wasn't just the lingering chill from the storm, it was something deeper, something far more sinister, a presence that spoke of ancient rituals and forgotten horrors. He looked around at the desolate crossroads. The signpost was half buried in the mud, its paint peeling, its lettering barely legible. The landscape was bleak and unforgiving, a perfect setting for a macabre ritual. The silence that followed the hitchhiker's chilling request was far more unnerving than the storm. It was the silence of anticipation, the silence before a terrible event. What do you mean?" he stammered, his voice barely a breath. The words felt clumsy, inadequate in the face of such an unsettling request. The hitchhiker's cold hand brushed his again, a brief touch that sent a fresh wave of paralysis through him. This time, he felt it more acutely, a temporary immobilization that mimicked his childhood episodes of sleep paralysis. The hitchhiker shifted slightly, their forms still shrouded in shadow, but he could detect a subtle tremor in their posture. They seemed frail, almost ethereal, as if they were held together by little more than the will to complete this ritual. Their voice, when they spoke again, was even weaker, the words fragmented, almost lost to the wind. I need someone to bear witness to my transition." The words were laced with a desperate urgency, a chilling undercurrent of fear mingled with something else, something he couldn't quite identify. He struggled to understand. Transition? To what? Death? But even that seemed an insufficient explanation. There was something else at play here, something beyond the simple act of dying. A dark ritual, maybe? A binding pact? A forgotten folklore tale come to life? The thought sent a chill down his spine, a cold sweat breaking out despite the morning's increasing light. The desolate crossroads, the spectral hitchhiker, their strange request, it all felt like a scene from a particularly gruesome nightmare. The hitchhiker raised a trembling hand, revealing, for a fleeting moment, a silver locket, its surface etched with strange symbols he couldn't decipher. The symbols seemed to writhe and shift before his eyes, their forms changing, their meaning obscured. The silver glinted momentarily in the weak sunlight, reflecting a faint light before returning to darkness. The locket seemed to hum with a low, resonant energy, a strange vibration that resonated within his chest, mirroring his own unsettling heartbeat. This holds my essence," the hitchhiker whispered, their voice fading to an almost inaudible murmur, lost to the wind and the vastness of the landscape. "It must be returned." The final word trailed off, lost in the rising wind and the burgeoning daylight. The hitchhiker started to fade, their form becoming translucent, losing its definition as their essence seemed to be drawn into the locket. The silver locket now pulsed with a strong, resonating energy, a tangible hum that could be felt rather than just heard. Fear clawed at him. He felt the suffocating weight of paralysis settling over him once more. He couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even breathe properly. The silence deepened, broken only by the wind's mournful cry. He was utterly alone, trapped in this spectral tableau. The hitchhiker's form continued to dissolve, dissipating into the air, leaving behind only the shimmering locket. He watched, paralyzed by fear, as the hitchhiker vanished completely. The world seemed to blur, the lines between reality and nightmare growing increasingly indistinct. As the last vestiges of the hitchhiker's form faded, the locket dropped to the ground with a soft clink, its pulsing light dimming considerably. The silence deepened, broken only by the sound of the wind. The world seemed to hold its breath. He felt a strange compulsion, a morbid curiosity urging him to pick up the locket, to bear witness to something far beyond his understanding. It was both exhilarating and terrifying. He knew he should leave, get away from this desolate crossroads, but an almost irresistible force kept him rooted to the spot, paralyzed both by fear and an unsettling curiosity. The locket pulsed faintly, still emitting a faint hum. He reached out a trembling hand, his fingers brushing against the cold, smooth metal. As his fingers closed around it, a surge of icy energy shot through him. He gasped, a shudder running through him. The symbols on the locket seemed to glow, faintly illuminating the landscape with an eerie light. He felt a strange connection to the locket, a sense of responsibility. As he held the locket, he felt a surge of the hitchhiker's essence flowing into him, a chilling rush of memories and emotions. He experienced a rapid and confusing succession of fragmented visions, the hitchhiker's life, their struggle, their desperate need for a witness, their acceptance of their impending demise. It was a torrent of emotions and images, leaving him feeling hollowed out, drained of his own essence. He felt a connection to the unknown, to the other side, to something ancient and terrifying. The hitchhiker's final moments played out within him, a chilling testament to the finality of death. With a final, shuddering gasp, the vision stopped, and the locket went cold and still. The eerie light faded, leaving the crossroads in the cold light of the morning. The hum ceased. He stood there, trembling, the locket cold in his hand, a living testament to the spectral hitchhiker's chilling request. The encounter left an indelible mark on his mind and soul. He was a witness now, bound by a silent promise, by an encounter with the uncanny, by the chilling reality of a world far stranger and more terrifying than he had ever imagined. The dawn's promise of safety felt distant and hollow, overshadowed by the chilling memory of the spectral hitchhiker and their spectral passing, witnessed by him alone. The world around him felt different, tainted by a darkness that clung to him despite the daylight. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that his life would never be the same. The road stretched ahead, the dawn a deceptive promise of a new day, but the weight of his spectral encounter pressed down on him, a reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the edges of his perception, forever altering his reality. He looked back one last time at the desolate crossroads, then turned and began to drive on, his heart heavy with the weight of his spectral burden, his mind forever haunted by the hitchhiker's silent plea. The world felt colder, darker, and infinitely more mysterious. The memory of that chilling encounter, the spectral hitchhiker's strange request, remained with him, a haunting reminder of the shadowy things that dwell in the margins of our reality. The locket, cold and heavy in his hand, felt strangely alive. Its surface, still etched with those unsettling, shifting symbols, seemed to thrum with a faint, internal energy. He examined it closely, the weak morning sun glinting off the silver, revealing intricate details he hadn't noticed before. The symbols weren't merely etched, they appeared to be woven into the metal itself, as if part of the locket's very fabric. They pulsed with a faint, inner light, a subtle luminescence that seemed to breathe with a life of its own. A low hum, almost imperceptible, emanated from the locket, a vibration that resonated deep within his chest, a ghostly echo of the hitchhiker's final, whispered words. He tried to rationalize it, to dismiss it as a trick of the light, a hallucination brought on by shock and exhaustion. But the feeling of the locket, the pulsing energy, the almost tangible presence within it, these were far too real to be mere figments of his imagination. He felt a strange compulsion to open it, to discover what secrets it held within, but a primal fear held him back. What if opening it unleashed something far more terrifying, something that would shatter his already fragile sense of reality? The crossroads remained eerily silent, the only sound the mournful whisper of the wind. The landscape, stark and desolate, seemed to hold its breath, waiting. He looked around, half expecting the hitchhiker to reappear, to materialize from the thin air, a spectral revenant returning to reclaim their lost essence. But the only presence was his own, and the chilling weight of the locket in his hand. He felt a growing sense of unease, a creeping dread that coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent. The morning light, once a promise of safety, now seemed to amplify the unsettling quiet, the oppressive stillness of the desolate crossroads. He was trapped, caught between two worlds, the mundane reality of the open road and the terrifying realm of the supernatural. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound cut through the silence, the shriek of a hawk circling high above. The sound echoed across the desolate landscape, amplifying his unease. It wasn't just the sound itself, it was the feeling it evoked, a primal sense of unease, a feeling of being watched, of being hunted. He looked up, his eyes scanning the sky, searching for the source of the unsettling sound. The hawk, a dark silhouette against the pale sky, seemed to hang in the air, its piercing gaze fixed on him. As he stared at the hawk, the symbols on the locket seemed to flare, their luminescence intensifying. The hum grew louder, more resonant, a vibration that resonated not only in his chest but throughout his entire body. He felt a jolt, a surge of energy, as if the locket was trying to communicate something, to convey a message beyond words. He squeezed his eyes shut, his body trembling. The images flooded back, the hitchhiker's fleeting life, their agonizing struggle, their desperate plea for a witness. He saw them, not as a spectral figure, but as a real person, a being caught in a tragic, inescapable cycle. He felt their pain, their fear, their resignation. The visions were not mere fragments, they were whole moments, complete and vivid, layered on top of each other. He could hear their whispers, almost inaudible at first, building into a full chorus of grief, fear, and resignation. He experienced the bleakness of their existence, the relentless burden of their spectral plight. The images were relentless, terrifyingly real. He saw their final moments again, the moment their form dissolved, leaving behind only the locket and the crushing weight of their burden. He felt their essence bleeding into his own being. The spectral hitchhiker's final passing was not a simple transition, it was a harrowing journey through fear and pain. It was a testament to the darkness hidden in the heart of every human being and the darkness hidden just beyond the boundaries of our perceptions. With a gasp, he opened his eyes. The vision subsided, leaving behind a deep-seated exhaustion and a profound sense of loss. The locket, once pulsing with energy, was now cold and still, its light extinguished. The hum had ceased. The hawk had vanished. The silence returned, heavy and oppressive. He looked down at the locket, holding it with hesitant fingers. It felt heavy, imbued with a spectral weight, a chilling testament to the encounter. He felt a profound connection to the hitchhiker, a bond forged in the crucible of fear and the uncanny. He was no longer just a witness, he was a keeper of their memory, a custodian of their spectral legacy. He knew then that his life would never be the same. The mundane world, once a source of comfort and predictability, was now tainted by the chilling reality of the supernatural. He carried within him the weight of the hitchhiker's burden, their pain, their essence, a spectral hitchhiker forever intertwined with his own fate. He was no longer just the driver of a truck, traveling the highway of life. He was a vessel, a conduit for the supernatural, bound to the spectral realms by an unseen thread. The spectral hitchhiker's passing had woven an inseparable bond, a macabre intertwining of destinies. The journey back was a blur. He drove on autopilot, his mind reeling from the experience. The world around him seemed distorted, the familiar landscapes twisted into something alien and unsettling. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden threat, every creak and groan a potential sign of impending doom. The sun, once a source of comfort, now seemed harsh and unforgiving, highlighting the desolation of the landscape, the bleakness of existence. The memory of the hitchhiker's spectral form clung to him, a shadow that no amount of daylight could dispel. He felt their presence, faint but persistent, a chilling reminder of the thin veil separating the living from the dead, the real from the unreal. He wondered if he would ever truly escape the spectral hitchhiker's grasp, or if he would forever carry their burden, their essence, their spectral legacy. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months, but the memory of the spectral hitchhiker never faded. It remained with him, a constant companion, a haunting reminder of the world beyond the veil, a world far stranger and more terrifying than he could have ever imagined. He lived with the knowledge that the mundane and the supernatural are not separate entities, but intertwined threads of existence. He understood, in a visceral way, the fragility of life and the terrifying reality of the unseen. The spectral hitchhiker had become a part of his being, an immutable part of his existence. His life was irrevocably changed. The spectral hitchhiker had left him changed, altered, forever bound to the supernatural through the locket that now pulsed faintly in his pocket. His heart remained heavy, a constant weight, a chilling reminder of a world that lies beyond the bounds of comprehension. He was a witness, forever haunted by his encounter at the desolate crossroads. The world was altered, a sinister twist to the comforting veil of reality that would be with him forever. He carried the weight of a spectral burden, a spectral bond, forever altered. He slammed his foot on the accelerator, the truck roaring to life, tires spitting gravel as he tore away from the desolate crossroads. The landscape blurred into a chaotic smear of gray and brown, a frantic rush of images that mirrored the turmoil within him. He didn't dare look in the rearview mirror, fearing the spectral hitchhiker might be clinging to the back, their spectral form somehow hitchhiking on the momentum of his escape. The locket, heavy in his pocket, pulsed faintly, a discordant rhythm against the pounding of his heart. Each mile felt like a victory, a small step further from the chilling presence that had gripped him. But the fear remained, a relentless shadow clinging to the edges of his consciousness. The world outside the truck's window seemed to warp and twist, the familiar roads contorting into something alien and threatening. Trees became skeletal figures, reaching out with gnarled branches, while the clouds overhead resembled spectral faces, their shadows stretching and contorting like grotesque apparitions. He drove relentlessly, fueled by adrenaline and terror, ignoring the gnawing hunger and the insistent fatigue that threatened to overwhelm him. He needed to reach the next town, a place with light, with people, with the reassuring anonymity of a crowd. The solitude of the highway, once a comfort, had become his worst nightmare, a canvas upon which the hitchhiker's spectral presence could roam freely. The silence, previously just the hum of the engine, now felt pregnant with unseen things, with whispers and rustlings that spoke of something lurking just beyond the periphery of his vision. The sun began to set, casting long, menacing shadows that danced and writhed like restless spirits. The light, once a promise of safety, now felt like a mocking reminder of his vulnerability, of the thin veil separating him from the spectral realm. The landscape morphed into a haunting tableau, the familiar world transformed into a surreal dreamscape filled with looming trees and shadowy figures. He glanced at the rearview mirror again, this time only for a second, a fleeting glimpse into the darkness behind. He saw nothing, but the fear was still there, gnawing at his insides, twisting his stomach into knots. It was the feeling of being watched, of being hunted, an instinct honed by primal fear that he couldn't shake. The silence of the road, the desolate landscape, the fading light, they were all conspiring to amplify his dread. The feeling of being followed, of being hunted, was almost palpable. As darkness deepened, the road seemed to narrow, the trees encroaching upon him, the gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal arms. He imagined the hitchhiker's spectral form drifting beside the truck, a silent passenger in the endless night. He could almost feel their icy breath on his neck, hear their ghostly whispers in his ears. He pushed the pedal further, the engine straining, the tires screaming in protest against the rough terrain. He had to get away. He had to escape this suffocating terror. Suddenly, the engine sputtered and died, leaving him stranded in the inky blackness, the only sound the mournful sigh of the wind rustling through the trees. Panic seized him, a cold wave of terror that washed over him, freezing him in his seat. He was alone, vulnerable, in the heart of nowhere, at the mercy of whatever lurked in the shadows. The silence was broken only by the relentless pounding of his heart, a frantic drumbeat in the deafening silence. He tried to restart the engine, but it was useless. He fumbled with the lights, desperate to pierce the darkness, but to no avail. He was surrounded by an oppressive, suffocating darkness, a void that seemed to swallow the light, the hope, the very essence of his being. The fear was tangible, heavy, suffocating. He felt paralyzed, unable to move, trapped in the vehicle, while an unseen horror lurked just beyond the reach of his headlights. He reached for the locket, the cold metal a small comfort in the overwhelming terror. He felt the faint pulse again, a rhythmic beat that resonated with his own frantic heartbeat. It seemed to be a lifeline, a connection to something that transcended the mortal realm, a beacon of hope in this seemingly endless abyss of fear. He sat there, rigid with fear, listening to the sounds of the night. The wind howled through the trees, creating eerie whispers that sounded almost like voices. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the undergrowth, sent shivers down his spine, each sound feeding the growing terror that consumed him. Suddenly, a pair of eyes reflected in his side mirror, 2 points of luminescent green piercing the darkness. They were close, impossibly close. He didn't dare to turn around. He knew, instinctively, what they were. He felt the cold dread of impending doom, the certainty that this was his final moment. The hitchhiker wasn't just following him anymore. It was here, beside him. The spectral presence was no longer a vague, distant fear. It was a palpable weight, suffocating him, pushing him towards the brink of oblivion. He clutched the locket, a desperate attempt to cling to sanity, to hope, to anything that could pull him back from the abyss. He closed his eyes, bracing himself for the inevitable. But nothing happened. The eyes remained in the mirror. The oppressive silence remained. After what seemed like an eternity, he dared to open his eyes, his heart pounding against his ribs like a trapped bird. The eyes were gone. The silence felt strangely hollow. He sat there, breathing heavily, his body trembling. He was still alive. The escape was incomplete, not a victory, but a temporary reprieve. The spectral hitchhiker was still out there, somewhere in the darkness, waiting. His encounter on the crossroads had changed him irrevocably. He carried the weight of that encounter, a chilling burden that would follow him forever. The fear remained, but now it was mixed with a grim resolve, a determination to survive, to somehow confront the supernatural terror that haunted his every waking moment. He knew the journey wasn't over, the escape wasn't complete. It was merely a pause in the spectral chase, a brief reprieve before the terror resumed. The road ahead, both literal and metaphorical, remained shrouded in an unsettling darkness, and the spectral hitchhiker's chilling presence remained close behind. His escape was merely a chapter in a larger, more terrifying story. Story 4: The Whispering Walls. The old house stood on a windswept hill, silhouetted against a bruised twilight sky. Its gables were skeletal fingers clawing at the clouds, its windows like vacant eyes staring out at the desolate landscape. Even from the distance, as their battered moving van crunched along the long, unkempt driveway, the air surrounding the house felt thick with a palpable unease, a chilling stillness that spoke of secrets buried deep within its decaying timbers. Elias, the father, gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white, a sense of foreboding settling heavily in his gut. He'd bought the place sight unseen, lured by a ridiculously low price and the promise of seclusion, a desperate attempt to escape the relentless shadow of his past. Now, as he gazed upon this crumbling monstrosity, he felt a pang of regret, a chilling premonition that his escape had led him straight into the heart of something far more sinister. Clara, his wife, sat beside him, her face pale and drawn. She hadn't voiced her reservations, but Elias saw the fear reflected in her wide, apprehensive eyes. Their 2 children, 10-year-old Thomas and 8-year-old Lily, sat silently in the back, their usual boisterous energy replaced by a quiet unease. The children, oblivious to the weight of the history clinging to this place, were fascinated by the gnarled, ancient trees that ringed the house, their branches intertwined like skeletal fingers reaching out to embrace the structure. As they approached, the house seemed to grow larger, more imposing, its darkness swallowing the fading light. The paint peeled from the weathered clapboard, revealing rotting wood beneath, the windows veiled in shadows that seemed to shift and writhe even in the dying light. A chilling wind whistled through unseen cracks, carrying whispers that felt more like chilling premonitions than natural sounds. It was the kind of wind that spoke of forgotten graves and restless spirits, a spectral sigh emanating from the depths of the house's long-hidden history. The moment they stepped out of the van, a cold, damp air enveloped them, a chilling breath of the house itself. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the mournful creak of the house settling around them. A pervasive smell, a miasma of decay and dust, clung to everything, permeating their clothes and hair, as if the house was exhaling its centuries of accumulated darkness. It was a smell that spoke of death, of forgotten tragedies, of secrets buried deep within the earth. Lily shivered, pulling her jacket tighter around her, while Thomas stood rigid, his usual playful demeanor replaced with a nervous quietude. The entrance was a warped, ominous archway, seemingly swallowed by the overwhelming darkness within the house. Inside, dust motes danced in the faint light that filtered through grimy windows. Each room held its own silent story. The wallpaper, where it remained intact, peeled in long, ragged strips, revealing patches of bare plaster underneath, like flesh torn from bone. The floors creaked underfoot, each groan a ghostly echo of footsteps long past. A thick layer of dust coated every surface, a testament to years of abandonment and the passage of time. As they moved from room to room, the weight of the house's history grew heavier. They felt watched, observed by unseen eyes. The silence pulsed, alive with the unseen, with whispers that only seemed to reside in the space between their heartbeats. Each creak, each groan, each whisper of wind through the ill-fitting windows seemed deliberately designed to unsettle, to disturb their senses, to plant seeds of fear in their very souls. That night, as they lay in their respective beds, the silence was broken only by the rhythmic ticking of an old grandfather clock in the hallway, its chime a slow, measured beat in the suffocating darkness. But even this predictable sound took on a sinister edge, sounding more like a morbid metronome measuring the time until something terrible happened. Strange shadows flickered in the periphery of their vision, as if the walls themselves were breathing, their movements imperceptible yet profoundly disturbing. Whispers, inaudible but felt in the deepest recesses of their minds, seemed to echo through the house. Clara couldn't sleep. Every creak and groan of the house was amplified in the silence, transformed into monstrous sounds in her mind. She felt a growing sense of dread, a growing conviction that they were not alone. Her eyes, wide with fear, darted across the room, searching for the source of her anxiety. She caught the fleeting image of a shadowy form flitting through the hallway, a quick, indistinct movement just at the edge of her vision. The darkness seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to happen. Thomas awoke to the sound of a low, guttural moan emanating from the wall next to his bed. It felt close, intimate, as if someone was weeping beside him, the tears of sorrow and despair seeping into the fabric of the room. He pulled his blanket over his head, his heart pounding in his chest, his breath catching in his throat. The sensation of being watched intensified. It felt as though something unseen and malevolent, was observing him, analyzing him, sizing him up for its sinister purposes. Lily, too, experienced the house's malevolence. She saw visions in her dreams, fleeting glimpses of shadowy figures and distorted faces pressed against her window pane. She awoke screaming, drenched in sweat. The chilling image of an old woman with hollow eyes and a skeletal grin still burned into her mind. Her cries were muffled by the oppressive silence of the house, a silence that both swallowed and amplified her fear. The silence seemed to pulse, echoing the rapid thrum of her heart. Elias woke to his wife's whimpers and the terrified cries of his children. The house was alive, teeming with an unseen presence, an oppressive atmosphere that permeated the very fabric of their being. The quiet had become a terrifying entity, an unseen force, suffocating them and holding them captive in its grim embrace. The house wasn't just old, it was ancient, and its secrets, it seemed, were about to be revealed. The whispers of the walls were growing louder, clearer, more menacing. And it dawned on Elias that their escape had led them not to sanctuary, but to a new kind of hell. The chilling reality of their situation was no longer a creeping dread, but a cold, hard fact that settled heavily on them, chilling them to the bone. The old house was not just empty, it was waiting. Waiting for them. The grandfather clock in the hall, usually a comforting presence, now ticked with a sinister rhythm, each second a heavy hammer blow against the oppressive silence. It wasn't the sound itself, but the spaces between the ticks, the pregnant pauses, that fueled the growing unease. These silences were alive, teeming with an unseen energy, a palpable tension that stretched the nerves taut, as if the house itself was holding its breath, waiting. Then came the whispers. At first, they were faint, barely audible, like the rustling of dry leaves on a windless night. They seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, weaving through the cracks in the aged plaster, slithering under doors, and seeping from the shadowed corners of each room. They were not words, not in the traditional sense, but more like fragments of sound, barely formed syllables, guttural murmurs, and chilling sighs that seemed to burrow into the marrow of their bones. Sometimes they felt like a chilling breeze, other times a sinister caress. They spoke of things unseen, of events long past, of secrets buried deep within the house's ancient timbers. Clara found herself straining to hear them, to decipher their meaning, yet the more she listened, the more elusive they became. They felt personal, directed at her fears, at her deepest insecurities. She would lie awake, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs, as these phantom sounds slithered around her, chilling her to the core. She felt the presence of something unseen, something malevolent, watching her from the darkness. It wasn't merely the sounds, it was the feeling of being observed, of being judged. Her breath hitched in her throat as a particularly chilling whisper seemed to brush against her ear, sending a shiver down her spine. The darkness seemed to pulse, to breathe, to grow heavier, more suffocating. Thomas, too, was plagued by these unsettling sounds. He'd lie in bed, his eyes wide and terrified, listening to the whispers that weaved themselves into his dreams, blurring the lines between reality and nightmare. He felt a constant pressure against his chest, as if an unseen entity were leaning over him, its presence heavy and suffocating. He couldn't move, couldn't scream, only lie there, paralyzed by fear, as the whispers filled his ears, filling his mind with visions of shadowy figures and distorted faces. He'd hear the scrape of unseen feet across the wooden floors above him, footsteps that never seemed to belong to any living creature. The sounds were both inside and outside of him. Lily, the youngest, found the whispers particularly unnerving. They came to her in her sleep, wrapping themselves around her like icy tendrils, whispering secrets into her ears. She would wake up screaming, her small body trembling, her eyes wide with terror. She spoke of shadowy figures lurking in the corners of her room, of faces pressed against her window pane, their eyes burning holes into her soul. She claimed to see an old woman, her face gaunt and skeletal, her eyes hollow pits of darkness, peering at her from the shadows. This spectral figure, Lily insisted, whispered her name, a chilling breath of icy air against her skin. Elias, the father, tried to rationalize the noises. He told himself it was the old house settling, the wind whistling through gaps in the aged timbers, the natural sounds of an old dwelling exposed to the elements. But even he couldn't entirely dismiss the unsettling feeling that these sounds were more than just natural occurrences. There was a malevolence in them, a calculated maliciousness. The whispers felt directed, aimed at unnerving them, breaking their spirits. The creaks and groans seemed deliberate, as if the house itself were trying to communicate, to express its displeasure at their intrusion. One night, the noises reached a crescendo. It started with a low moan, a mournful wail that seemed to emanate from the very foundations of the house. Then came the whispers, louder, clearer, more menacing. They seemed to converge on them, weaving a tapestry of fear that ensnared them in its web. The creaks and groans amplified, becoming monstrous sounds that echoed through the empty halls. The rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock took on a more sinister tone, each tick a slow, measured beat toward something inevitable. Simultaneously, the children began to cry out. Lily shrieked, her cries filled with a raw, primal terror that chilled Elias to the bone. Thomas whimpered, his body shaking, as if he were experiencing a physical assault. Clara sobbed uncontrollably, her breaths coming in ragged gasps. The house seemed to hold its breath, listening to their fear, feeding on it. Elias, armed with a flashlight, stumbled from room to room, searching for the source of the sounds. But there was nothing there, only shadows and the oppressive silence that returned between the bouts of fear. He felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, a feeling of being completely at the mercy of the house, and of whatever malevolent force resided within. The house was old, very old, and it held centuries of sorrow and rage. It whispered of death, of suffering, of despair. It whispered of things best left undisturbed. He found Lily huddled under her covers, her small body convulsing with fear. He tried to comfort her, but the words caught in his throat, his voice thin and reedy. He couldn't offer reassurance. He didn't know what was causing these terrifying sounds. He, too, felt the presence of something unseen, something watching them, judging them, waiting. As the night wore on, the sounds intensified, growing louder, more insistent, more terrifying. It was as if the house itself was trying to drive them mad, to break them, to consume them. The whispers twisted and turned, forming incomprehensible sentences, chilling promises, and dire warnings. The creaks and groans were amplified, echoing through the empty halls and rooms. Footfalls, soft and measured, walked through the upper levels, sounds that seemed to come from disembodied feet, dragging themselves across the wooden floors. The sounds were designed to penetrate the very fabric of their minds, causing their souls to shudder at its horrifying resonance. Dawn broke, bringing with it a tentative silence. But the silence was false, a thin veneer over the lingering dread. The family huddled together, exhausted, terrified, and profoundly unsettled. They were trapped, ensnared in the house's web of terror. The whispers, though quieter now, still lingered, a constant reminder of the unseen evil that inhabited their new home. The house had revealed its secrets, and those secrets were darker, more terrifying than they could have ever imagined. Their escape had led them not to safety, but to a terrifying new reality, a constant state of dread that followed them from one room to the next, lurking behind each shadow and lurking within the whispers themselves. The house wasn't just old, it was malevolent, an entity in itself, feeding off their fear, waiting patiently for the next night's terrors to begin. The days that followed were a blur of strained smiles and forced normalcy, a fragile mask concealing the gnawing terror that had taken root within the family. The sun, when it dared to pierce the gloom of the ancient house, offered little comfort. Its rays seemed to struggle to penetrate the oppressive atmosphere, casting long, skeletal shadows that danced with the lingering whispers. The silence during the day was a deceptive calm, a temporary reprieve before the night's relentless assault. The whispers, once faint and indistinct, grew bolder, their insidious murmurs weaving themselves into the fabric of their waking hours. They no longer slithered from the walls, they seemed to emanate from the very air they breathed, filling their ears with chilling tales of past tragedies and future doom. They were no longer just sounds, they were voices, distinct and malevolent, their tonalities shifting with each utterance, sometimes a cruel cackle, other times a mournful sigh. They whispered names, names that didn't belong to anyone they knew, names that sent shivers down their spines, stirring echoes of forgotten fears and anxieties. Clara began to hear them in her dreams, a terrifying symphony of whispers that chased her through labyrinthine corridors and suffocating darkness. She would wake up in a cold sweat, her heart hammering in her chest, the whispers still clinging to her like icy tendrils. The nightmares were vivid and terrifying. The faces of the shadowy figures grew clearer, more defined, their eyes burning with a cold, malevolent fire. They whispered promises of torment, promises that resonated with a bone-deep dread that no waking reality could match. Sometimes, they would seem to converge into one entity, a monstrous voice that spoke of death and despair in chilling detail. Thomas, too, was increasingly tormented. His sleep paralysis episodes intensified, the feeling of suffocating pressure becoming more pronounced, more physically agonizing. He'd lie there, completely immobilized, eyes wide, as the whispers crawled across his skin, whispering secrets into his ears, weaving terrifying narratives that entangled his mind in their dark embrace. He'd see things, grotesque visions swirling around him, their forms shifting, changing, morphing into nightmarish creatures that seemed to feed off his growing fear. He'd feel their presence, their chilling breath on his neck, their icy fingers dragging across his skin. The whispers were tangible, real, a malevolent force that seemed determined to break him. Lily, despite her young age, seemed to understand the whispers on a different level. She began to speak of the old woman, describing her with chilling detail, her face a mask of bone and shadows, her eyes dark, hollow pits that seemed to suck the light from the room. The old woman, Lily claimed, would whisper riddles and prophecies, weaving tales of the house's dark history, prophecies that filled her with a bone-chilling dread, blurring the lines between nightmare and reality. The child's innocent mind seemed to grasp the insidious nature of the whispers with a disturbing clarity. She would often point to the walls, whispering fragments of sentences she claimed the walls were revealing to her. Elias, though clinging to rationality, was slowly losing the battle. He couldn't dismiss the whispers as mere sounds of the old house. They were too purposeful, too malevolent, too intensely focused on the family. The seemingly random whispers began to coalesce into discernible phrases, short sentences filled with menacing warnings and chilling predictions. He would hear whispers of past residents, their screams echoing through the walls, their agonized pleas blending with the ceaseless murmurings. The whispers seemed to know their deepest fears, their insecurities, their hidden regrets. They targeted each individual, manipulating their fears, feeding on their anxieties, slowly driving them towards despair. One night, the whispers intensified to a deafening crescendo. They were no longer murmurs, they were shouts, piercing screams echoing through the house, merging with the creaking timbers and groaning floorboards. The house seemed to be alive, a sentient entity consumed by a malevolent rage, lashing out at its occupants. The whispers spun terrifying stories of betrayal and suffering. Their chilling narratives were laced with dark humor, as if some unseen force was reveling in their growing terror. The family huddled together, their faces pale and drawn, eyes wide with terror. The whispers felt invasive, a malevolent force probing their minds, seeking to unravel their sanity. The air grew heavy, suffocating, as if the house itself were tightening its grip, suffocating them with its centuries of sorrow and rage. They felt as if their bodies were becoming one with the house, becoming enmeshed in its ancient fabric, woven into the tapestry of its suffering. The whispers formed sentences, horrifying pronouncements, and vivid descriptions. They spoke of hidden rooms, of buried secrets, of rituals performed under the pale moonlight. They described horrific events that had taken place within those walls, generations of suffering woven into the very structure of the house. Each word was a stab to the heart, each syllable a chilling reminder of their inescapable situation. The whispers created images in their minds, vivid and terrifying visions of shadowy figures, grotesque creatures, and the tormented faces of past inhabitants. The relentless assault on their senses escalated. The shadows danced with greater menace, twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes. Objects moved on their own, doors creaked open and slammed shut without explanation. The grandfather clock chimed not with the usual measured rhythm, but with erratic, frantic strikes, each chime echoing the growing chaos within the house. Lily, terrified beyond words, clung to her father, babbling incoherently, repeating fragments of the whispers, fragmented sentences that contained ominous warnings and terrible prophecies. Thomas, paralyzed by fear, could only whimper, his body racked with tremors. Clara sobbed uncontrollably, her pleas for help lost in the cacophony of whispers and ominous sounds. Elias, his courage crumbling, felt the chilling touch of despair. He could no longer rationalize the events, no longer explain away the growing horror. The whispers were not simply sounds, they were a malevolent force, a sentient entity that fed on their fear, delighting in their suffering. He understood then that this was no ordinary house, it was a prison, a malevolent entity that had trapped them in its web of terror. The night wore on, the whispers continuing their assault, weaving an increasingly intricate tapestry of fear and despair. As dawn approached, the whispers faded slightly, but the lingering dread remained, a cold, heavy blanket of fear that clung to the family, a haunting reminder of the horrors they had endured. The silence that followed the tempest was chilling, a fragile respite before the next night's onslaught. The house held its breath, waiting. The whispers waited. The evil within the walls remained, patiently awaiting its next opportunity to strike. Their escape had become a horrifying descent into the abyss. The house had won. For now. The oppressive atmosphere of the house thickened, clinging to them like a shroud. Each day brought a new wave of dread, a slow, insidious erosion of their sanity. The sun, a pale imitation of warmth, offered little solace. Its rays seemed to be absorbed by the ancient stones, leaving the interior perpetually shrouded in a twilight gloom. Even the daylight hours were punctuated by the whispers, faint but persistent, like the rustling of unseen wings in the shadows. The silence, once a welcome respite, now felt like a pregnant pause, the deceptive calm before the storm. Clara's nightmares became increasingly vivid and elaborate. She dreamt of vast, shadowy halls stretching into infinity, each corridor whispering secrets in a language she understood but couldn't articulate. The faces in her dreams were no longer fleeting glimpses of horror, they were distinct and chilling, their features warped and grotesque, their eyes burning holes into her soul. She'd wake with a gasp, her body slick with sweat, the echoes of the whispers lingering in her ears like phantom pains. The feeling of paralysis that sometimes accompanied her waking hours now bled into her dreams, trapping her in a nightmarish state of conscious helplessness. She struggled to distinguish between dream and reality, the lines blurring until she couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. The whispers followed her into the waking world, clinging to her like cobwebs, filling her days with a sense of impending doom. Thomas's sleep paralysis grew more frequent and intense. The pressure on his chest intensified, the sensation of suffocation becoming almost unbearable. He'd fight against the invisible weight, his muscles screaming in protest, but he remained trapped, a prisoner in his own body. The whispers were no longer just sounds, they were tactile, crawling across his skin like icy insects, whispering promises of oblivion. He saw things during these episodes, monstrous forms twisting and contorting in the darkness, their eyes glinting with malevolent glee. They spoke to him, their voices a cacophony of chilling whispers that burrowed into his mind, planting seeds of fear and despair. He would struggle against the visions, against the whispers, but the darkness always won, leaving him drained and terrified. The terror extended beyond the episodes themselves. The chilling dread lingered long after he awoke, a shadow clinging to the edges of his consciousness. Lily, despite her age, seemed to be developing an almost symbiotic relationship with the house's malevolence. She would spend hours staring at the walls, murmuring responses to the whispers, her small voice barely audible above the creaks and groans of the old structure. She spoke of the old woman, her spectral form growing clearer with each passing day. The child described her with a disturbing detail, recounting the old woman's withered face, her hollow eyes, and the chilling smile that never quite reached them. Lily claimed the old woman taught her riddles and prophecies, cryptic pronouncements that chilled them to the bone. These prophecies were not just vague pronouncements of doom, they were intimately tied to the family's deepest fears and insecurities, fueling their existing anxieties with chilling specificity. She spoke of hidden passages, of forgotten rituals, and of terrible events that had occurred within the house's ancient walls, blurring the line between the past and the present. Elias, the family's anchor of rationality, felt his grip slipping. He desperately sought logical explanations, searching for a rational cause behind the disturbances. He examined the house's structure, checked for drafts, searched for signs of rodents or insects. But his investigations yielded nothing. The whispers persisted, growing more insistent, more coherent. They spoke of the house's history, weaving tales of past tragedies and unspeakable horrors. The voices mentioned names, dates, and events that corresponded to the few historical records he'd managed to find, confirming the house's dark legacy. The whispers seemed to possess an unsettling knowledge of their private lives, revealing fears and insecurities that he had never shared with anyone. They knew their secrets, their vulnerabilities, their deepest regrets. He understood, with a sinking feeling of dread, that they weren't just sounds, they were a form of psychic assault, a deliberate attempt to unravel their sanity. The family's attempts at escape seemed futile. They tried locking doors and windows, but the whispers found a way to penetrate, weaving through the cracks in the walls, seeping from the very foundations of the house. They tried leaving the house for short periods, but the oppressive atmosphere followed them, a chilling reminder of their imprisonment. The whispers pursued them, even in their moments of brief respite, a constant, insidious presence. The relief they found outside the house was always fleeting, the terrifying certainty of return hanging like a dark cloud over their heads. Their shared meals were consumed in silence, the air thick with unspoken fear. Their conversations became stilted, punctuated by uneasy glances and lingering silences. The family's bond, once a source of strength and comfort, had become fragile, strained by the relentless pressure of the unseen horror. They slept huddled together, a desperate attempt to find comfort in their shared fear. But even that failed to provide lasting relief. Even in their close proximity, the chilling whispers wormed their way between them, disrupting sleep and replacing shared dreams with individual nightmares. The whispers began to form coherent sentences, chilling pronouncements of impending doom, detailed descriptions of past tragedies, and cryptic warnings about the future. They told stories of previous inhabitants, their lives cut short by violent ends, their screams echoing down through the centuries. They spoke of hidden passages, forgotten rooms, and clandestine rituals performed under the cover of darkness. The descriptions of the rituals were unsettlingly detailed, filled with vivid imagery that stirred deep-seated anxieties. The whispers played with their fears, twisting their anxieties into nightmarish scenarios that seemed designed to break their spirits. The constant barrage of horrifying narratives eroded their resilience, turning their fears into palpable realities. One night, the whispers intensified, escalating into a deafening cacophony that seemed to shake the very foundations of the house. The sounds blended with the creaking timbers, the groaning floorboards, and the rattling windows, creating an overwhelming auditory assault. It felt as if the house itself was screaming, a malevolent entity unleashing its centuries-old rage. The darkness seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, the shadows twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes that danced in the periphery of their vision. The grandfather clock chimed erratically, its strikes echoing the growing chaos, its rhythmic beats replaced by a cacophony of discordant chimes. The family, huddled together in terror, felt as if they were being slowly crushed, suffocated by the house's malevolent embrace, its ancient stones constricting them like a living tomb. Lily, her small frame trembling, spoke in a barely audible whisper of the old woman's laughter, a chilling, high-pitched sound that seemed to pierce their very souls. Thomas, overcome with dread, lay paralyzed, his eyes wide with terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. Clara sobbed, her pleas for help lost in the overwhelming onslaught. Elias, desperately fighting back the encroaching despair, felt the cold tendrils of madness wrapping around his mind. The whispers were a malevolent force, a sentient entity feeding on their fear, their suffering, their very sanity. They were trapped, not just in the house, but in a living nightmare, a descent into a chilling abyss. The house, with its whispering walls and haunting history, had won. For now. The dawn brought only a fragile respite, a deceptive calm before the storm of whispers returned, renewing its assault on their already shattered minds. The evil within the walls patiently waited. The house was not merely an ancient structure, it was a predator, and they were its prey. The oppressive weight of the house intensified, a palpable entity pressing down on them, suffocating their hope. Days bled into nights, marked only by the fluctuating intensity of the whispers. The family, fractured and frayed, found themselves driven by a desperate need to understand, to confront the unseen horror that held them captive. It was Elias, driven by a flickering ember of reason, who proposed a confrontation. He reasoned that passive surrender was a death sentence. They had to act, to fight back against the encroaching madness. Their plan was born of desperation and fueled by fear. They decided to explore the house, searching for the source of the whispers, even if it meant venturing into the darkest corners of the ancient structure. Armed only with a flickering oil lamp and their collective courage, already stretched thin, they began their perilous journey into the heart of the darkness. The exploration was a descent into a labyrinth of twisting corridors and hidden chambers. Each step echoed in the oppressive silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic creak of aging timbers and the unsettling whisper of the wind through unseen cracks. The air grew heavy with the scent of decay and damp earth, a chilling reminder of the house's age and the secrets it held. They navigated through rooms shrouded in darkness, their only illumination provided by the fragile flame of their lamp, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to mock their fragile courage. They discovered rooms untouched for centuries, filled with dust-covered furniture and cobweb-draped portraits. The portraits' eyes seemed to follow them, their expressions frozen in a silent scream. They stumbled upon a hidden library, filled with crumbling books bound in leather, their pages filled with faded script, hinting at forgotten rituals and dark histories. The language was ancient, the symbols arcane, yet the words whispered to them through the pages, their essence conveying centuries of sorrow, sacrifice, and unspeakable horror. The chilling details brought to life the horrors whispered from the walls. It was confirmation. Lily, surprisingly, seemed to be their guide, her childlike demeanor a stark contrast to the terror that surrounded them. She pointed them toward a specific room, a previously undiscovered chamber located deep within the house's bowels. She spoke of a cold heart, a place where the whispers were strongest, where the entity resided. Her descriptions, while frightening, were laced with an unnerving calm, as if she had accepted the house's malevolence. The chamber they finally reached was unlike any they had previously seen. It was circular, its walls carved with intricate symbols that pulsed faintly with an internal light. The air was icy, a stark contrast to the rest of the house's oppressive warmth. In the center of the room, resting upon a stone pedestal, was a large, obsidian heart, pulsating with a sickly, unnatural light. It was a heart ripped from some immense, terrifying creature. The whispers emanated from this heart, resonating through the chamber, swirling around them like a malevolent vortex. As they approached, the whispers intensified, coalescing into a single, horrifying voice, deep and resonant, filled with ancient power. It spoke in their minds, not in any language they understood, but in emotions, dread, despair, and the chilling knowledge of their deepest fears. It revealed their vulnerabilities, their hidden anxieties, twisting their insecurities into grotesque images that danced behind their eyelids. The confrontation was not a physical battle but a psychic one. The heart's influence was a direct assault on their minds, preying on their individual weaknesses. Thomas, plagued by nightmares and sleep paralysis, felt the pressure of an invisible weight crushing his chest, the familiar sensation of suffocation returning with amplified force. Clara's fear manifested as visions of grotesque faces, their eyes burning holes in her sanity. Elias found himself battling a growing sense of despair, his rational mind reeling under the weight of the entity's psychic power. Even Lily was not immune. Her usual calm facade began to crumble, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and fascination. It was Clara who finally broke the silence, her voice shaking but resolute. She confronted the entity, not with weapons, but with words, words of defiance, words of sorrow, words of love. She spoke of her family, their bond, their shared determination to survive. Her words, infused with powerful emotions, created a shield, a barrier against the heart's psychic attacks. Thomas, spurred by Clara's bravery, joined in, his voice growing stronger with each sentence, his pleas for mercy transforming into defiant cries of resistance. Elias, drawing upon his remaining strength, sought to understand, to analyze the entity's intentions, to find a weakness in its defenses. Even Lily added her voice, a strangely calming counterpoint, weaving old rhymes and chants that seemed to deflect the heart's power. Their combined efforts, a tapestry woven from fear, love, and desperate courage, began to push back against the entity's assault. The whispers lost their clarity, their power weakening with each defiant word spoken. The obsidian heart's pulsating light dimmed, its sickly glow weakening as their resistance grew. The psychic assault lessened, the visions fading, the pressure receding. The final blow came unexpectedly from Lily. She approached the heart, her small hand reaching out as if to touch it. Instead, she whispered another rhyme, a song of banishment, a melody filled with ancient power. The obsidian heart emitted one last, guttural scream before shattering into 1,000 pieces, sending a wave of energy that washed over the family. The room went dark, the whispers silenced. The silence that followed was different. It was the silence of peace, the silence of freedom. The family stumbled out of the chamber, exhausted but alive. The house seemed to sigh, as if relieved of its burden. The lingering oppressive atmosphere began to lift, replaced by a sense of profound emptiness. The whispers were gone, replaced by the comforting sounds of the night, the chirping of crickets, the hooting of owls. They fled the house, leaving behind the wreckage of a terrifying encounter. They never looked back, choosing to bury the memory of the whispering walls in the depths of their minds. The trauma lingered, the nightmares continued, but they were free from the house's relentless grasp, the chilling reminder of their nightmarish confrontation etched into their collective consciousness, a testament to their bravery and the chilling power of the unknown. Their sanity was shattered, but they survived. For now. Story 5, The Mirror's Reflection. The escape from the house had left them shaken, but the unsettling calm that followed was even more unnerving. The silence, once a suffocating presence, now felt like a vast, empty space echoing with the ghosts of their terror. They had faced the heart of the darkness, vanquished the entity, yet the victory felt hollow, tainted by the lingering dread that clung to them like a shroud. The nightmares persisted, more vivid, more terrifying than ever before, a constant reminder of the psychic assault they had endured. Days turned into weeks, and the family slowly began to rebuild their lives. But the trauma of their experience clung to them, a persistent shadow lurking at the edge of their consciousness. They found solace in each other's company, their shared ordeal forging a bond stronger than ever before. Yet, the fragility of their sanity was evident in their strained smiles and the haunted looks in their eyes. One evening, while sorting through the salvaged belongings from the house, Clara stumbled upon a heavy, ornate wooden box. Inside, nestled amongst faded velvet, was a large, antique mirror. Its frame, crafted from dark, polished wood, was intricately carved with symbols that eerily resembled those etched into the walls of the chamber with the obsidian heart. The glass itself was clouded with age, its surface reflecting a distorted, almost ethereal image. Initially, they paid little attention to the mirror. It was just another relic from their ordeal, a testament to the horrors they had endured. But as days turned into weeks, strange occurrences began to plague them again, mirroring the events that had unfolded within the haunted house. The whispers returned, though fainter, more insidious, slithering into their minds during moments of quiet contemplation, in the dead of night. The nightmares intensified, their imagery now interwoven with the unsettling reflection of the mirror. The first sign was a subtle shift in the mirror's reflection. What had initially seemed like simple distortion now appeared uncanny. Faces flickered at the periphery of their vision, distorted and grotesque, their eyes burning with an unsettling intelligence. Sometimes, these spectral apparitions would seem to reach out from the glass, their skeletal fingers stretching towards them. They found themselves unable to look away, their gazes locked on the mirror's swirling, unsettling depths. Thomas, still grappling with the aftermath of the psychic attack, was the first to succumb to the mirror's influence. His sleep paralysis returned with a vengeance, but this time, the sensation of weight on his chest was accompanied by vivid hallucinations, drawn directly from the mirror's reflection. He would find himself trapped in a nightmarish landscape, a twisted reflection of his own fears, populated by the grotesque faces that stared back from the mirror's surface. He'd wake up screaming, drenched in sweat, the mirror's chilling image seared into his mind. Clara, despite her strength and resilience, began to experience unsettling visions during her waking hours. She would see fleeting glimpses of the mirror's reflection in ordinary objects, a window pane, a puddle of water, even the surface of a spoon. In each reflection, she saw distorted versions of herself, growing progressively more gaunt and ethereal. Her eyes began to sink deeper into their sockets, her skin becoming increasingly pale and translucent, mirroring the disturbing image reflected in the antique mirror. Elias, ever the rationalist, tried to dismiss the occurrences as stress-induced hallucinations, a lingering effect of their harrowing experience. He attempted to rationalize the mirror's unsettling presence, attributing its strange properties to its age and the play of light. However, he found himself unable to deny the increasing sense of unease that permeated their home. He noticed that the mirror seemed to shift and change subtly, its reflection subtly altering as though it was breathing, the distortions growing increasingly severe, its malevolence steadily growing. Lily, surprisingly, seemed less affected than the rest of the family. While she would occasionally stare into the mirror for extended periods, seemingly entranced by its unsettling depths, she showed no outward signs of fear or distress. She would hum ancient lullabies while gazing at the mirror, her voice strangely calming, as if she was communicating with the entity reflected within its depths. Her uncanny calm was unsettling, her seeming acceptance of the mirror's power far more frightening than any outward display of terror. The mirror's influence grew stronger, its presence more palpable. The house, once purged of its evil, now seemed to be slowly succumbing to a new form of darkness, drawn from the depths of the mirror's reflection. The whispers became louder, more insistent, weaving tales of forgotten gods and ancient rituals, their chilling stories painting a picture of a power far older and more sinister than the entity they had faced in the house's heart. The whispers seemed to emanate from the mirror itself, a chilling manifestation of its malevolent energy. The family's attempts to destroy the mirror proved futile. They tried to smash it, but the glass seemed impervious to damage. They tried to burn it, but the flames inexplicably died out before reaching the frame. They tried to bury it, but they couldn't manage to lift the cursed artifact from where it lay. Every attempt only served to strengthen the mirror's malevolent aura, as if its power was fueled by their desperate attempts at destruction. Their attempts to leave the house proved similarly fruitless. A strange, unseen force seemed to bind them to the house, preventing them from escaping its grasp. The world outside became blurry and indistinct, the familiar surroundings of their neighborhood slowly twisting and warping, mirroring the horrifying distortions seen in the mirror's reflection. The nightmares intensified, becoming increasingly surreal and disturbing, blending the grotesque visions from the mirror with the terrors of their past experiences. They found themselves trapped in a cyclical nightmare, constantly reliving their ordeal, their waking hours haunted by the mirror's reflection. Their sanity began to unravel, their identities blurring as the mirror's malevolence warped their perceptions of reality. They were trapped, bound to the mirror's power, their lives inextricably linked to its horrifying reflection. The mirror had become their prison, their tormentor, a gateway to a realm of unimaginable horror. The fight for survival had shifted from facing a nameless entity to confronting the haunting power of an ancient, malevolent object, its reflection a disturbing testament to the chilling power of the uncanny. Their past trauma was merely a prelude to a far greater horror. The horrors of sleep paralysis were now mere shadows compared to what they were about to face. The mirror's reflection was not just a reflection but a window to a different reality, a terrifying world that threatened to consume their very souls. The only question that remained was, how long could they endure before they too became a part of the horrific image reflected in its depths? The distortions in the mirror weren't merely visual imperfections, they were active, shifting, like a living entity breathing beneath the aged glass. One moment, a familiar room might be reflected, albeit elongated and warped, the furniture contorted into grotesque parodies of themselves. The next, the reflection would morph into something entirely alien, a swirling vortex of colors, landscapes of impossible geometry, jagged mountains piercing a sky the color of bruised plums. These shifts were not gradual, they were sudden, violent transformations that jolted the viewer, leaving them disoriented and breathless. Sometimes, figures appeared within these shifting landscapes. They weren't simply reflections of the family, but grotesque parodies, elongated and skeletal, their skin stretched taut over bone, their eyes burning with an unholy light. These spectral beings seemed to move within the glass, their movements jerky and unnatural, their limbs flailing as if bound by invisible chains. They'd reach out, their long, skeletal fingers stretching towards the family, the glass seeming to ripple and distort with their unseen touch. The warping effect wasn't confined to the mirror. Clara began to notice a subtle, unnerving blurring at the edges of her vision, a distortion that seemed to emanate from the mirror, subtly warping her perception of reality. The familiar layout of her home became uncertain, walls seeming to shift and bend, doorways appearing and disappearing, corridors extending endlessly into impossible perspectives. The world around her was slowly being absorbed into the mirror's chaotic reflection. Thomas's hallucinations grew increasingly vivid, blending the distorted reflections with his own deepest fears. He found himself trapped in nightmarish landscapes drawn directly from the mirror's reflection, endless corridors twisting into impossible geometries, pursued by the grotesque figures seen in the glass. His sense of self began to unravel. He was no longer certain if he was dreaming or awake, his reality shifting and warping to reflect the mirror's chaotic imagery. The line between sleep paralysis and waking life blurred, creating an endless cycle of terror. He started seeing parts of the distorted reflections even when his eyes were closed. The images burned into the very fabric of his consciousness. Elias's attempts at rationalization crumbled under the weight of accumulating evidence. He couldn't ignore the subtle shifts in the mirror's reflection, the way it seemed to breathe, its warped imagery growing increasingly violent and disturbing. He began to see fleeting glimpses of the distorted reflections in ordinary surfaces, a puddle of water, the polished surface of a doorknob. Even his own skin seemed to momentarily take on the warped texture of the mirror's images. His scientific mind, once a fortress against the supernatural, was slowly being eroded by the insidious influence of the mirror. He started to document his observations, his writing becoming frantic and increasingly desperate as the reality around him crumbled. Lily's behavior became more unsettling. Her humming, initially a source of mild unease, now grew louder, more insistent, a hypnotic chant that seemed to resonate with the strange energy emanating from the mirror. She spent hours staring into its depths, her expression serene, almost blissful. She spoke of visions she saw within the mirror's reflection, ancient landscapes, forgotten gods, and rituals of unimaginable horror. Her words were chilling, hinting at a vast, ancient power far older than human comprehension, a power that the mirror seemed to channel. Her words were laced with a horrifying acceptance, an almost welcoming of the chaos reflected in the mirror's surface. The family's attempts to escape the house grew increasingly desperate. Doors seemed to lock themselves, windows would seal shut without explanation. The very air seemed to resist their efforts, creating an invisible barrier preventing their departure. The world beyond the house's walls grew increasingly distorted, mirroring the warped reflections in the mirror. Familiar landmarks twisted and contorted, morphing into nightmarish parodies of their former selves. The familiar world became uncanny and unsettling, mimicking the chaotic images in the mirror. The mirror's influence stretched beyond the physical. The family's dreams became entangled with the mirror's reflection. They dreamt in warped landscapes, interacting with the distorted versions of themselves and the grotesque beings that haunted the glass. Their waking hours became increasingly indistinguishable from their nightmares, the boundaries of reality collapsing under the relentless assault of the mirror's power. They experienced instances of déjà vu, with familiar surroundings constantly warping and changing, hinting that their perception of reality was no longer consistent. The whispers intensified, a relentless chorus of voices emanating from the mirror, speaking in a language both ancient and unnerving, weaving tales of forgotten gods and cosmic horrors. The words seemed to penetrate their minds, subtly twisting their thoughts and emotions, amplifying their fears and paranoia. The whispers spoke of sacrifices, of rituals designed to appease the ancient beings reflected in the mirror's depths. They spoke of a reality that was fluid, chaotic, and terrifying, a reflection of the distorted world within the mirror's glass. One night, Clara saw her reflection in the mirror. It wasn't her own, but a grotesque parody, a skeletal figure with hollow eyes and skin stretched taut over bone, her face a mask of terror. She screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the mirror's malevolent energy, trapped within its distorted reflection. The distorted reflection wasn't just a visual aberration, it seemed to feed off her fear and despair, feeding the entities within the mirror's surface. This horrifying encounter signaled a shift in the mirror's power. It wasn't simply reflecting their fears, but feeding on them and creating horrifying manifestations. The family's sanity began to unravel. Their identities blurred, their memories twisting and warping, reflecting the mirror's chaotic influence. They found themselves questioning their own existence, their reality a distorted reflection of the horrors within the glass. Days and nights blurred into an endless cycle of terror, sleep offering no respite, waking moments little better. The constant distortion, both internal and external, led them to question their own sanity and whether they were even human anymore. The mirror's reflection was no longer a mere distortion of reality, it was a window into an alternate dimension, a realm of cosmic horror, where the laws of physics and sanity held little sway. The family found themselves teetering on the brink of complete mental collapse, lost in a reality defined by the mirror's malevolent reflection. Their fight for survival was no longer a struggle against a tangible threat, but against the erosion of their own minds and identities, all fueled by the chilling power of a twisted reflection. The distorted reflection served as a constant reminder of their impending doom, a relentless reminder of their inescapable fate. The ancient mirror was not merely an object, but a portal to a terrifying reality, and the family was now trapped within its horrifying reflection. Their struggle was no longer against the outside world, but against the ever-growing power of the mirror's terrifying reflection and the horrifying truth that their very being was being slowly absorbed by it. Their fate was sealed, their souls destined to become part of the terrifying image reflected in the antique mirror. The whispers intensified, no longer a subtle murmur but a cacophony of voices, each a chilling echo of their deepest fears. They slithered into their minds, twisting thoughts, warping memories, blurring the line between reality and hallucination. The voices were ancient, alien, speaking in a language that resonated not with their ears but with the very marrow of their bones, a language of primal terror that spoke of forgotten gods and cosmic horrors beyond human comprehension. They spoke of rituals, of sacrifices, of appeasement offered to entities whose existence defied logic and reason. Sleep offered no escape. Their dreams became extensions of the mirror's reflection, nightmarish landscapes mirroring the distorted images they'd witnessed in the glass. They found themselves trapped in endless corridors, pursued by grotesque parodies of themselves and the skeletal figures that haunted the mirror's surface. The familiar comfort of slumber transformed into a battleground against unseen forces, the terror of sleep paralysis amplified by the knowledge that the horrifying images weren't just dreams, but glimpses into a horrifying reality. Waking moments offered little reprieve. The blurred edges of their vision persisted, the world around them constantly shifting, warping, mimicking the chaos reflected in the antique glass. Elias, the family's rational anchor, found his scientific mind crumbling under the weight of the inexplicable. His meticulously documented observations, once a bulwark against the supernatural, now read like a frantic confession, each entry a testament to the encroaching madness. He scoured ancient texts, researching forgotten mythologies and occult rituals, desperate for an explanation, for a way to break the mirror's hold. His search, however, only deepened his despair, revealing a tapestry of cosmic horror far older and more terrifying than he could have ever imagined. He found references to similar mirrors, artifacts of unimaginable power, each connected to tales of madness and destruction. The knowledge, instead of providing solace, amplified his fear, fueling the growing sense of helplessness. Thomas, once the family's stalwart protector, became a shadow of his former self, his eyes haunted by the grotesque figures he saw in the mirror's reflection. His once sharp mind was now fragmented, his memories fractured and distorted, reflecting the chaotic nature of the mirror's influence. He began to talk to the reflections, his conversations rambling and incoherent, a desperate attempt to understand the entities that seemed to taunt him from within the glass. He'd spend hours staring into the mirror, his face contorted in a silent scream, a prisoner in his own mind, his reality consumed by the horror reflected in the glass. Clara, always the most sensitive of the siblings, became withdrawn, her once vibrant spirit extinguished by the constant bombardment of terror. She spoke little, but her eyes held a deep, chilling fear. She would sit for hours, staring at nothing, her body rigid, as if caught in a perpetual state of sleep paralysis. The reflection of her face in the mirror became less and less her own, morphing gradually into one of the skeletal figures, a horrifying transformation that marked the growing intrusion of the mirror's power into her very essence. She started seeing parts of the reflected horrors even with her eyes closed, the disturbing images imprinted in the fabric of her consciousness. Lily, the youngest, remained unnervingly calm amidst the chaos, her humming now a constant, unsettling drone that seemed to pulse with the mirror's malevolent energy. She spoke of visions, of ancient landscapes and forgotten rituals, her words laced with a chilling acceptance, an almost welcoming of the encroaching darkness. She seemed to communicate with the entities within the mirror, understanding their language, their desires. Her words, once innocent and childlike, now held a terrifying depth of knowledge, revealing a reality beyond human comprehension. She started drawing images, seemingly inspired by the mirror's reflection, her drawings depicting monstrous entities and scenes of unimaginable horror, all created with a disturbingly serene demeanor. The house itself seemed to become complicit in their torment. Doors locked inexplicably, windows sealed shut, the very structure of the building seeming to resist their attempts to escape. The familiar layout shifted and warped, corridors extending into infinite labyrinths, rooms appearing and disappearing with unsettling frequency. The outside world mimicked the distortion within, landmarks twisting into grotesque parodies, familiar streets morphing into endless, nightmarish landscapes. Their attempts to flee were futile, their escape thwarted by the mirror's insidious influence, their efforts to leave mirrored by their own reflections in the antique glass. The family was trapped, bound to the house and to the horrors contained within the mirror's depths. The family's sense of self disintegrated. Their identities blurred, their memories fragmented, their perceptions of reality hopelessly distorted. They were no longer certain who they were, or even if they were human. The constant blurring of reality, the relentless whispers, the nightmarish visions, all fueled by the mirror's malignant power, eroded their sanity, driving them toward the precipice of complete mental collapse. Their individual struggles merged into a shared descent into madness, their collective fear feeding the mirror's power, creating a horrifying feedback loop that accelerated their inevitable demise. The mirror wasn't just reflecting their fears, it was amplifying them, shaping them, and transforming their very beings into grotesque parodies of their former selves. They were lost, adrift in a sea of terror, their destinies inextricably bound to the malevolent power of the antique mirror and its horrifying reflection. The ancient power seemed to relish in their slow descent into madness, drawing them closer and closer to a terrible fate, a horrifying end dictated by the mirror's reflection. The humming intensified, a low, resonant thrum that vibrated through the very bones of the house. Lily, her face pale and strangely serene, began to chant in a language none of them understood, yet somehow, instinctively felt. It was a guttural, ancient tongue, filled with sibilant whispers and harsh, guttural sounds, resonating with a power that chilled them to the core. Her words seemed to ripple through the air, causing the already unstable reality to shift and warp further. The walls seemed to breathe, the floorboards groaned under unseen weight, and shadows danced in the periphery, mocking their terrified gazes. Thomas, his eyes wide and unfocused, crawled towards the mirror, his movements jerky and uncontrolled. He reached out a trembling hand, his fingers brushing against the cold, ancient glass. A ripple distorted the surface, revealing a glimpse of a swirling vortex of darkness behind the reflection, a chasm that seemed to swallow light itself. Whispers, thick and heavy with despair, emanated from within the mirror, a chorus of tormented souls pleading for release. Thomas's face contorted in a silent scream, as if the very essence of his being was being pulled towards the abyss. Elias, his scientific mind struggling to maintain its grip on rationality, desperately searched for a way to break the mirror's hold. He examined the intricate carvings on the frame, searching for a clue, a hidden mechanism, anything that could offer a glimmer of hope. He found symbols, arcane sigils that resembled nothing he'd ever encountered, etched deeply into the wood, their meaning lost to time. The more he delved into the mirror's history, the more horrifying the truth became. The mirror wasn't just reflecting their fears, it was a gateway, a prison of souls trapped within its reflective surface. Clara, her face almost completely skeletal in its gauntness, began to mimic the movements of the figures in the reflection. Her eyes were vacant, devoid of life, yet her actions were eerily precise, as if she was following an unseen conductor. The reflections responded, their movements synchronizing with hers, their skeletal limbs moving in a macabre dance. The air crackled with a malevolent energy, as the line between the real world and the reflected world began to blur, to collapse into a single, horrifying entity. The trapped souls, spectral figures of unimaginable sorrow, started to interact with the living, their voices blending with the already deafening chorus of whispers. They were fragments of individuals, their identities lost to the mirror's power, their pain amplified and distorted within the reflective plane. Their despair was a palpable entity, suffocating and oppressive, heavy in the air like a shroud. They reached out to the family, their cold, spectral hands brushing against them, their touch leaving a trail of icy dread. Each touch brought a fresh wave of fear, a surge of despair that threatened to consume them entirely. Elias realized that the mirror was drawing their energy, their fear, their very essence. The trapped souls, feeding on their terror, became stronger, more powerful, their presence intensifying within the glass. The mirror itself seemed to grow, its size shifting and fluctuating, the reflection warping and distorting with unsettling randomness. The reflection wasn't just an image, it was a living entity, a terrifying amalgamation of trapped souls and malevolent energy. The family found themselves in a desperate battle for survival, not just against the reflected horrors, but against the encroaching darkness that seeped from the mirror's depths. Their fear fueled the mirror's power, creating a horrifying feedback loop that trapped them further in its grasp. The lines between reality and hallucination continued to blur, the house itself transforming into a nightmarish labyrinth, its corridors shifting and twisting, leading them into dead ends, mirroring the chaotic reflection of the mirror. They fought back, fueled by desperation and a dwindling spark of hope. Elias, armed with whatever knowledge he could glean from his research, attempted to perform a counter-ritual, his voice strained and weak as he chanted incantations gleaned from ancient grimoires. His efforts were met with a surge of malevolent energy from the mirror, causing tremors that shook the house to its foundations. Thomas, in fits of clarity, tried to break the mirror physically, his strikes against the cold glass echoing with the futile hope of a desperate man. Clara, in a moment of surprising strength, focused her will, fighting against the influence of the mirror's power, pushing back against the spectral figures that clung to her mind. Even Lily, her humming intensifying into a fierce counterpoint to the mirror's song, contributed her enigmatic power to the fight, her cryptic chants forming a shield against the encroaching darkness. But the mirror fought back with unrelenting force. The trapped souls lunged from the reflection, their spectral bodies tearing at the family, their icy touch stealing their warmth, their despair seeping into their souls. The whispers grew louder, the pressure intensified, the air thickening with fear and despair. The house groaned under the weight of the struggle, its foundations shuddering, its walls cracking under the strain. The ground trembled, the air grew heavy with dread, and the mirror pulsed with malignant power. The fight was not merely physical, it was a battle for their minds, their souls, their very identities. The mirror's influence chipped away at their sanity, twisting their perceptions, blurring the lines between reality and hallucination. The horrors reflected in the mirror were seeping into their minds, their fears becoming tangible, their nightmares taking physical form. The very fabric of their reality was unraveling, their sense of self dissolving under the weight of the mirror's malevolent power. One by one, they succumbed to the mirror's influence. Thomas, his mind shattered, was drawn completely into the reflection, his scream swallowed by the vortex of darkness. Clara, her body drained of life, collapsed, her reflection merging fully with one of the skeletal figures. Elias, his knowledge proving futile, found his own spirit flickering, his body succumbing to the chilling touch of the spectral entities. Only Lily remained, her face pale, her eyes filled with an unsettling mixture of serene acceptance and horrifying knowledge. She continued her humming, a haunting lullaby for the dying, a death knell for the living. The house fell silent. The mirror, its surface still and calm, reflected only the emptiness of the room, the lingering silence a chilling testament to the souls it had consumed. The reflection held only the echoes of the battle, the lingering presence of those trapped within its depths. The battle was lost, the family swallowed by the mirror's malevolent power, their spirits now a part of the endless, horrifying reflection. The antique mirror stood as a silent sentinel, a gateway to a nightmarish world, awaiting its next victims, their arrival echoing in the whispers of the trapped souls. The chilling hum remained, a constant reminder of the horrors hidden within the reflective surface, a testament to the mirror's insatiable hunger. The world outside remained oblivious to the silent screams trapped within the cold, ancient glass. The shadows danced, the wind whispered, and the mirror continued to reflect the endless night. Lily's humming intensified, morphing from a mournful chant into a fierce, defiant song. It resonated with an otherworldly power, a countermelody to the despair emanating from the mirror. The spectral figures within, once active, now seemed hesitant, their movements sluggish, their whispers muted. It was as if Lily's song was a force field, repelling the malevolent energy that had consumed the house. Elias, his body racked with exhaustion but his mind still clinging to reason, understood. The mirror wasn't merely a reflection, it was a conduit, a resonant chamber feeding on negative energy. The trapped souls were its fuel, the despair its power source. Lily's song was disrupting that flow, interrupting the malevolent symphony, creating a disruption in the mirror's malevolent power. He stumbled towards a crumbling bookshelf, his hands grasping for purchase as the floor beneath him swayed. He remembered the book, the ancient grimoire he had hastily consulted earlier. Its pages, filled with arcane symbols and forgotten rituals, had offered a glimmer of hope, a ritual to sever the connection between the mirror and the spectral realm. He dismissed it as wishful thinking, the desperate grasp of a drowning man, but now, staring into the hypnotic vortex of the mirror's reflection, he knew it was their only chance. His fingers, trembling with a mixture of exhaustion and determination, flipped through the brittle pages, searching for the right passage. The air crackled with energy, a palpable tension hanging heavy in the room. The ghostly figures in the mirror writhed, their forms flickering and twisting, reacting to Lily's song. Their spectral wails echoed, blending with the increasingly powerful hum that filled the room, creating a discordant cacophony that threatened to shatter their sanity. He found it, a series of intricate symbols, surrounded by a cryptic inscription detailing a ritual of severance, a way to sever the connection between the mirror and the world beyond. His heart pounded against his ribs, a drumbeat echoing the frantic rhythm of the spectral wails. He knew the risks. The ritual was dangerous, a gamble with immense consequences, but they had no other choice. He began to chant, his voice cracking and weak, the words tumbling from his lips in a rush of desperate hope. The symbols flowed from his pen, forming a shimmering, ethereal pattern on a scrap of parchment. The room vibrated with power, the very air thick with the confrontation. The shadows writhed, the floorboards groaned, and the whispers intensified, their desperate pleas turning into furious shrieks. As he chanted, the mirror pulsed, its surface rippling like disturbed water. The spectral figures struggled against the counter-melody of Lily's song, their forms contorting in a dance of despair and defiance. The reflection itself warped and distorted, threatening to consume the room in its malevolent embrace. The ritual intensified. Elias felt a surge of energy coursing through him, a potent force that both empowered and terrified him. The symbols glowed, their light piercing the oppressive darkness. He felt the mirror's resistance, a palpable force pushing back against his efforts, a desperate attempt to maintain its hold on this world. He felt the strength of Lily's voice, weaving a protective barrier against the mirror's influence. The spectral figures within were retreating now, their forms growing fainter, their desperate cries less vehement. He poured his remaining strength into the chant, his voice hoarse, his body trembling. Suddenly, with a deafening crack, the mirror shattered, the glass exploding outwards in a shower of sparkling shards. The spectral figures vanished, the oppressive darkness receding. The humming ceased, leaving behind a profound silence, broken only by the rhythmic sound of Elias's labored breathing. The room was still, yet strangely lighter. The air, once thick with despair, now felt clean, purified. The silence was more terrifying than the spectral wails had ever been. It hung heavy in the air, a palpable reminder of what had just occurred. They looked at each other, their faces pale, their eyes wide with a mixture of relief and exhaustion. The house felt different, the walls seemingly less oppressive, the darkness lessened. The nightmare was over. But the silence was deceptive. A residual chill clung to the air, a faint whisper of the realm they'd almost crossed into. A subtle tremor ran through the floorboards, a faint echo of the battle fought. The shadows still danced in the corners of their vision, but now they seemed to hold less malice, less power. The fight had left its mark. The family were forever changed, scarred by the battle, their memories forever tainted with the chilling horror they'd endured. But they had survived. They had faced the mirror's reflection and emerged victorious. Yet, the victory felt hollow, tainted by the loss that still hung in the silence. The house held a memory of that night, a lingering sense of what lurked just beyond the veil. It was a memory they could not erase, a darkness that would forever haunt their dreams. The world outside was unaware of their harrowing ordeal, oblivious to the chilling encounter that changed their lives forever. The darkness they faced was now a shared secret, a bond forged in the face of unimaginable terror. The mirror may be gone, but the reflection of that night remained. The world continued, unaffected by the horrors they had faced, but for the family, life would never be the same. The echo of the spectral whispers would remain, a constant reminder of their journey through the abyss and their narrow escape from the reflection of their own deepest fears. The cost of their survival was etched into their souls, a mark they would carry for the rest of their lives, an unspoken testament to the terrifying battle fought against the mirror's reflection. The silence was deafening. The silence was a victory. But it was also a testament to what had been lost. Story 6, The Cemetery's Call. The rain hammered against the ancient headstones, a relentless percussion accompanying their ill-advised expedition. Liam, ever the pragmatist, regretted their decision the moment they stepped onto the sodden ground. The cemetery, usually a place of somber quietude, was now a cacophony of wind, rain, and the unsettling creak of branches swaying in the gale. His friends, Sarah, Mark, and Emily, were initially undeterred, their youthful bravado masking a growing unease. They'd come seeking a thrill, a test of their courage, fueled by ghost stories and local legends whispered in hushed tones at the college bar. But the atmosphere was heavier than any mere folklore could conjure. The air hung thick with a damp chill that seeped into their bones, a coldness that went beyond the simple weather. An unnatural stillness settled between the gusts of wind, a silence that felt pregnant with unseen presences. Each gust felt like a malicious breath exhaled upon them. The towering cypress trees, their branches gnarled and twisted like skeletal fingers, seemed to reach out, clawing at them from the gloom. The shadows lengthened and distorted, playing tricks on their eyes, turning familiar shapes into grotesque parodies. Sarah, usually the most boisterous of the group, fell silent, her usual laughter replaced by a nervous fidgeting. Mark, ever the skeptic, tried to maintain a brave front, but his jokes fell flat, his attempts at levity swallowed by the oppressive atmosphere. Emily, the most sensitive of them, was visibly shaken, her breath coming in short, shallow gasps. They had stumbled upon an old, neglected section of the cemetery, far from the manicured lawns and freshly placed flowers of the newer plots. Here, the tombstones were weathered and cracked, their inscriptions almost illegible, swallowed by time and the elements. The very air seemed to vibrate with a palpable sense of age and decay. As they ventured deeper, a low moan, almost imperceptible at first, began to weave its way into the cacophony of the storm. It wasn't the mournful sigh of the wind, it was something more deliberate, more sentient. A cold dread, sharper than the wind's bite, coiled around their hearts. The moan seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once, a sound that resonated deep within their bones. Suddenly, a shape moved in the periphery, a fleeting glimpse of something dark and indistinct, flitting between the tombstones. Liam swore he saw eyes, 2 points of burning emerald green, glimmering in the darkness, but when he looked again, there was nothing. The wind howled, a mournful cry, as if mocking their attempts to comprehend what they had witnessed. They pressed on, their initial bravado replaced by a primal fear. The feeling of being watched intensified, a constant, unsettling pressure weighing down on them. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of a branch, sent shivers down their spines. They moved with a hesitant slowness, their footsteps echoing eerily in the oppressive silence between the gusts of wind. Emily stumbled, her foot catching on a loose stone. She cried out, a strangled gasp lost in the storm's roar. As she reached out to steady herself, her hand brushed against something cold and smooth, a tombstone, its surface slick with moisture. She read the inscription, her voice barely a whisper, alone. Beloved daughter. Taken too soon. The name felt strangely familiar, echoing a forgotten memory, a half-remembered story from childhood. But the chilling feeling wasn't connected to the inscription on the stone itself. It was a deep, visceral sense of dread, a feeling that something was horribly, terribly wrong. The moaning intensified, growing louder, closer. The wind seemed to coalesce around them, forming an invisible vortex that pulled at their clothes and tugged at their hair. The darkness between the headstones swirled and shifted, the shadows taking on strange, unsettling forms. They felt a profound sense of dread, a certainty that they weren't alone. Then, they saw it. Emerging from the swirling shadows, a figure materialized. It was tall and gaunt, draped in what looked like tattered funeral shrouds, its face obscured by the deep hood. Its movements were slow, deliberate, yet unnervingly graceful, like a macabre dancer gliding through the storm. It didn't appear to move through the air, but to simply be there, to materialize out of the very fabric of the night. The air grew colder still. A tangible wave of icy energy swept over them, leaving them breathless and paralyzed with fear. The figure raised its hand, a skeletal finger pointing towards them, and the moaning ceased. In its place, a chilling silence descended, a silence more terrifying than any sound. It was the silence of anticipation, of an impending doom. The figure remained there, motionless, its presence a crushing weight bearing down on them. They were frozen in place, unable to move, unable to scream. The world around them seemed to fade, leaving only the figure and the suffocating silence. The boundary between the living and the dead seemed to dissolve, the veil between worlds thinning until it was almost imperceptible. They were on the precipice of something unimaginable, an experience beyond the limits of human comprehension. Their rational minds struggled to make sense of what was happening, and their minds became overwhelmed with the chilling sensation that this encounter would forever change their lives. The figure, its presence a terrifying enigma, began to approach, each slow, deliberate step accompanied by a rustling of its shroud. The ground beneath them seemed to tremble with each step, and the night felt heavy with dread, a foreboding premonition of what was to come. Time seemed to stretch and distort. The storm raged on, but in this moment, everything seemed to be reduced to the terror of this silent approach. The figure grew closer, and the friends, paralyzed by fear, felt the cold, suffocating weight of its presence intensifying. Their fear was now so visceral, so intense that it had become a tangible presence, a force as real and palpable as the wind and rain itself. The boundary between reality and hallucination was irrevocably blurred. In that terrifying moment of stillness and approaching doom, they could only wait, with hearts hammering against their ribs, for whatever awaited them in the shadows. The experience was so deeply unsettling, so outside their comprehension, that it threatened to unravel the very fabric of their reality. The figure stopped a few feet away, its presence imposing and unsettling. The friends were trapped in the suffocating weight of its presence, unable to escape the oppressive atmosphere. They could only wait in silence, utterly terrified by the macabre and sinister entity before them. The night continued, the storm raged around them, and the sinister, ominous presence stood unmoving, its presence like a cold, heavy blanket stifling their very breath. The very air itself seemed to vibrate with the palpable tension of the moment. The figure remained for what felt like an eternity, its silent gaze piercing their souls, before it slowly began to recede back into the shadows. The storm, as if responding to its retreat, lessened slightly, the winds howling transforming into a softer sigh. The friends, still paralyzed with fear, watched until it had completely disappeared, melting back into the night from which it came. The terrifying weight of its presence began to lift, but the chilling dread lingered. When they could finally move, they scrambled to their feet, their bodies trembling. They didn't speak, their minds reeling from the experience. They turned and ran, their escape a frantic sprint through the stormy night. They never looked back. The encounter was a nightmarish interlude, a shattering experience forever etched into their collective memory. The night they visited the cemetery was a night that profoundly changed their lives, a night they would never forget. The details remained blurry, clouded by the sheer terror of that encounter. But the lingering memory, the visceral fear it engendered, was burned into their hearts and minds, a haunting reminder of their brush with something beyond human comprehension. The rain, a relentless, icy torrent, plastered their hair to their faces. Each drop felt like a tiny, cold fingertip tracing a path down their skin, a prelude to something far more chilling. The wind, a mournful banshee, howled through the skeletal branches of the ancient cypress trees, their gnarled limbs clawing at the sky like skeletal fingers reaching for lost souls. The cemetery, usually a place of quiet repose, was transformed into a malevolent entity, a place where the veil between worlds seemed dangerously thin. Liam, his breath misting in the frigid air, shivered not merely from the cold, but from a deeper, more primal fear. The sense of unease that had begun to creep over them earlier had now blossomed into a full-blown terror, a suffocating blanket of dread that wrapped around them like a shroud. The oppressive silence between the gusts of wind was punctuated only by the rhythmic drumming of the rain on the ancient headstones, each drop a morbid tattoo marking the passage of time, the relentless march of decay. The very ground beneath their feet seemed to vibrate with a low, unsettling hum, a resonance that seemed to emanate from the earth itself, a symphony of death played on a stage of crumbling stone and whispering shadows. The tombstones, withered and worn by time and the relentless assault of the elements, stood like silent sentinels, their inscriptions blurred and faded, their stories lost to the mists of time. Some were toppled, their broken faces staring blankly at the sky, while others leaned precariously, their foundations weakened by age and the relentless grip of the earth. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a cloying sweetness that masked a more sinister perfume, the metallic tang of blood and the earthy musk of the grave. Sarah, her face pale and drawn, clutched her jacket close, her eyes wide with a terror that went beyond simple fright. Mark, the avowed skeptic, his bravado long since abandoned, swallowed hard, his attempts at casual conversation dissolving into nervous throat-clearing. Even Emily, usually so stoic, trembled visibly, her small frame shaking with a barely suppressed fear that radiated outwards, infecting the air around them. They pressed on, their movements hesitant, their steps echoing eerily in the vast, empty space between the rows of graves. The darkness between the tombstones seemed to shift and writhe, the shadows lengthening and contracting, playing tricks on their eyes, morphing into grotesque parodies of familiar forms. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of a branch, was amplified tenfold by their heightened senses, each sound a potential harbinger of doom. A low moan, like the sigh of a tormented soul, drifted through the air, a sound both mournful and menacing. It wasn't the wind. It possessed a deliberate, almost sentient quality, a sound that seemed to burrow deep into their bones, resonating in the marrow of their very being. The moan seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once, weaving its way through the relentless drumming of the rain and the howling wind, a constant, unsettling undercurrent to the storm's fury. Suddenly, a flicker of movement in the periphery caught Liam's eye. A dark shape, fleeting and indistinct, flitted between the tombstones, disappearing as quickly as it had appeared. Liam swore he saw eyes, 2 points of burning, emerald green, gleaming in the darkness, but when he looked again, there was nothing but the swirling shadows and the relentless rain. The feeling of being watched intensified, a cold pressure bearing down on them, suffocating and inescapable. It was as if unseen eyes were boring into their very souls, stripping them bare, exposing their deepest fears. The air grew colder still, a tangible wave of icy energy washing over them, leaving them breathless and paralyzed with fear. Their hearts pounded a frantic rhythm against their ribs, a desperate counterpoint to the chilling silence that had descended. They stumbled forward, their bodies trembling, their minds reeling from the onslaught of fear. The boundary between reality and hallucination blurred, the line between the living and the dead seemed to dissolve, replaced by a terrifying sense of the uncanny. The cemetery, once simply a place of burial, had become a liminal space, a threshold between worlds, a gateway to something beyond human comprehension. As they moved deeper into the heart of the cemetery, the oppressive atmosphere intensified. The wind picked up, howling like a pack of hungry wolves, the rain slashing down in sheets, obscuring their vision, blurring the already indistinct forms of the tombstones. They could feel a presence, something intangible yet utterly real, a chilling force that seeped into their very bones. The ground beneath their feet felt unstable, shifting and sinking slightly with each step, as if the earth itself was breathing, pulsing with a life both ancient and malevolent. The shadows seemed to deepen, growing more menacing, taking on the grotesque forms of grotesque phantoms, each one a twisted reflection of their own deepest fears. The very air itself seemed to vibrate with a chilling energy, a palpable sense of dread that clung to them like a shroud. They moved through this landscape of decaying stone and whispering shadows, their senses heightened, their minds struggling to comprehend the unsettling reality surrounding them. It was as if the cemetery itself was alive, breathing, pulsing with a darkness that threatened to swallow them whole, pulling them into its cold, silent embrace. Each step brought them closer to an unknown terror, each breath a desperate gasp for survival. The night pressed in on them, a suffocating weight that threatened to crush their very being. The moan returned, louder this time, closer, more insistent, a sound that clawed at their sanity, tearing at the fragile fabric of their composure. The rain continued to beat down, the wind howled, and the shadows danced around them, playing sinister games with their perception. They were trapped in this suffocating nightmare, surrounded by the cold, silent witnesses of the dead, their footsteps echoing in the oppressive silence. They pushed on, driven by a desperate instinct for survival, but the dread lingered, a chilling presence that clung to them like a second skin. This was no mere night out. This was a terrifying descent into the heart of darkness, an exploration of the unknown that would test the very limits of their sanity. The cemetery was calling, and they were powerless to resist. The air grew colder, a palpable drop in temperature that had nothing to do with the relentless rain. It wasn't a gradual chill, but a sudden, sharp coldness that seemed to emanate from the very stones beneath their feet, a frigid breath exhaled from the earth itself. Sarah gasped, her breath misting in the frigid air, a plume of white against the oppressive darkness. Liam reached out to touch a nearby tombstone, his fingers brushing against the cold, damp stone. He recoiled as if burned, a shock rippling through him, a feeling of icy energy seeping into his very bones. Then came the whispers. At first, barely audible, a rustling of unseen things amidst the rustling leaves and the howling wind. But they grew louder, more distinct, weaving themselves into the fabric of the storm, a chorus of disembodied voices murmuring unintelligible words. The whispers were not of human origin. They held a chillingly alien quality, a cacophony of sounds that scraped against the edges of sanity, a language of shadows and death. The words themselves were indistinct, yet their emotional weight was undeniable. They were whispers of despair, of sorrow, of unfulfilled desires and unanswered prayers. Mark, despite his initial skepticism, could no longer deny the reality of the unseen forces at play. His face, illuminated by sporadic flashes of lightning, was etched with fear. Emily, her eyes wide and unfocused, clung to Liam's arm, her body trembling violently. The unseen presence had intensified. It was as if they were being watched by countless unseen eyes, their every move scrutinized by spectral observers from beyond the veil. A cold spot materialized between two ancient oak trees, a localized pocket of frigid air that seemed to suck the heat from their very beings. The temperature plummeted dramatically within this small area, a stark contrast to the surrounding damp chill. They could feel the cold, almost tangible, a physical manifestation of dread that froze them to the spot. Liam, his breath catching in his throat, felt a prickling sensation on his skin, the hairs on his arms standing on end. Suddenly, a shadowy figure flickered at the edge of their vision. It was tall and gaunt, a grotesque parody of a human form, its features obscured by the swirling darkness. It moved with an unnatural grace, gliding between the tombstones, its movements fluid and unsettling. Liam strained his eyes, trying to discern its form, but the figure remained elusive, a phantom born of the night's deepest shadows. The figure seemed to watch them, its presence a malevolent weight that pressed down upon them, suffocating and inescapable. More figures appeared, emerging from the swirling mists and shadows that danced between the tombstones. They moved silently, like wraiths, their forms flickering and indistinct, their movements unsettling and unnatural. They seemed to coalesce and disperse, merging with the shadows, their presence both terrifying and impossible to ignore. Each one was a twisted mockery of human form, their limbs elongated and distorted, their faces obscured by the darkness. The boundaries between the living and the dead were dissolving. The cemetery, no longer just a place of burial, had become a liminal space, a threshold between worlds. The voices grew louder, more insistent, weaving themselves into a tapestry of sorrow, despair, and rage. The ground seemed to tremble beneath their feet, the ancient stones groaning under the weight of unseen forces. A disembodied voice, ancient and mournful, echoed through the cemetery, a sound that seemed to emanate from the very earth itself. It spoke in a language that was both familiar and utterly alien, words that resonated deep within their souls, stirring primal fears and forgotten memories. The voice spoke of forgotten rituals, of ancient pacts, and of souls trapped between worlds. It spoke of a darkness that lay beyond human comprehension, a darkness that threatened to swallow them whole. The shadows danced, their forms shifting and changing, becoming grotesque parodies of their own deepest fears. They saw glimpses of loved ones lost, of past traumas reemerging, of nightmares given flesh and form. The visions were both horrifying and intensely personal, each tailored to their own individual fears and anxieties. The cemetery was playing on their minds, manipulating their perceptions, pushing them to the very brink of sanity. As they stumbled deeper into the heart of the cemetery, the feeling of dread intensified. They felt an encroaching darkness, a physical pressure pushing upon them from all sides, suffocating their senses. The weight of the past, the memories of those buried beneath the ground, seemed to manifest as an oppressive presence. The silence was punctuated by their own labored breathing, each breath a reminder of their precarious situation. The rain, relentless and cold, continued to fall, as if to emphasize the bleakness of their surroundings. The wind howled like a tormented soul, the branches of the ancient trees clawing at the sky like skeletal fingers. They were trapped in a realm where the veil between worlds was impossibly thin, surrounded by the ghostly whispers of the departed and the palpable presence of ancient evil. They pressed on, their minds reeling from the onslaught of the supernatural. Each step was filled with a terrifying anticipation of what lurked around the next tombstone, the next corner, or behind the ever-shifting shadows. The air grew heavy, thick with a palpable sense of dread that threatened to crush them under its weight. The whispers coalesced into a terrifying chorus, the voices melding into a cacophony that vibrated in their bones. The cold spots became more frequent, sharper, each one a prelude to a chilling touch of the supernatural. They had stumbled into the realm of the dead, a place where the line between the living and the departed had blurred beyond recognition. They were not merely visitors to a cemetery, they had become participants in a nightmarish ritual. The ancient entities that inhabited this place had noticed them, their presence no longer unnoticed, their intrusion into their ancient realm noted. This was a dangerous game they were playing, with the stakes being their sanity and very lives. Escape seemed unlikely, the cemetery had taken them captive, its grip tightening with every moment that passed. The calls of the dead grew louder, and the dark figures danced ever closer, a chorus of shadows preparing for their final performance. The chilling realization dawned on them, they were not just witnesses to the supernatural, but its next victims. The ground beneath their feet seemed to shift, a subtle tremor that sent a shiver up their spines. It wasn't the wind, this was something deeper, something emanating from the very earth itself. The whispers intensified, coalescing into a guttural chorus that resonated within their chests, vibrating their bones with its chilling resonance. It was a language older than humanity, a symphony of sorrow and rage, a desperate plea from the unseen. Suddenly, a tombstone, older than any they had seen before, seemed to rise slightly from the earth. Its inscription, etched deep into the weathered stone, was impossible to decipher, the characters twisting and writhing like living things. A cold, phosphorescent light emanated from beneath it, casting long, dancing shadows that writhed and twisted like spectral serpents. From within the light, a spectral hand emerged, skeletal and pale, its fingers long and sharp as shards of ice. It beckoned them closer, a silent invitation to an abyss of unimaginable horror. Mark, ever the pragmatist, attempted to rationalize the events, whispering about mass hysteria and tricks of the light and the wind. But his voice lacked conviction, Even he could feel the palpable weight of the unseen, the suffocating presence that pressed down on them, stealing the air from their lungs. Emily, her face drained of color, clung to Liam, her eyes wide with terror, her body shaking uncontrollably. Sarah, usually the bravest of the group, stared into the phosphorescent glow, a mixture of fear and fascination etched on her face. The spectral hand disappeared back into the earth, the tombstone settling back into its place with a groan that echoed through the silent cemetery. But the feeling of dread remained, intensified by a growing sense of unease. The air throbbed with an unnatural energy, a chilling vibration that sent shivers down their spines. They felt watched, scrutinized by unseen eyes, their every move observed by entities beyond their comprehension. As they stumbled forward, the shadows seemed to deepen, twisting and morphing into grotesque parodies of human forms. They glimpsed fleeting visions, faces contorted in agony, figures reaching out from the darkness, their whispers weaving themselves into the chilling chorus. These were not merely hallucinations, these were fragments of lost souls, trapped between worlds, their anguish bleeding into the fabric of reality. A low moan echoed through the cemetery, a sound that seemed to emanate from the very ground beneath their feet. It was a mournful wail, a sound of unending despair, resonating with a primal fear that burrowed deep into their subconscious. The wind picked up, howling like a tormented beast, whipping through the ancient trees, their skeletal branches clawing at the sky like the desperate grasps of the damned. Liam, fueled by a primal instinct for survival, reached out and grasped Sarah's hand, his touch offering a sliver of comfort in the face of overwhelming terror. They moved as one, their steps hesitant, their eyes darting nervously at the shadows that danced around them. Each tombstone seemed to watch them, its weathered surface bearing witness to centuries of sorrow and despair. The rain intensified, the cold drops plastering their hair to their faces, blurring their vision, adding to the disorientation. They stumbled through a maze of tombstones, each one a silent testament to the fragility of life. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying vegetation, a miasma that seemed to cling to them, suffocating them with its suffocating perfume of death. Then, a figure emerged from the shadows, tall and gaunt, its form indistinct, its features obscured by the darkness. It moved with unnatural grace, gliding silently between the tombstones, its presence a malevolent weight that pressed down upon them. It wasn't human, it was something ancient, something born from the very essence of the cemetery itself. Its eyes, if they had any, burned with an icy light, penetrating the darkness, searing into their souls. The creature raised a skeletal hand, its touch promising oblivion, and pointed towards a gaping chasm that seemed to have opened up between two ancient oak trees. It was not a natural fissure. This was a tear in the fabric of reality, a gateway to something far beyond their comprehension. From within the chasm, a voice echoed, a rasping whisper that spoke of forgotten rituals, ancient pacts, and the inescapable nature of death. Terror clawed at their throats, a cold dread that paralyzed them, leaving them frozen in place, unable to move, unable to scream. The air crackled with an unnatural energy, a tangible manifestation of fear. They felt a pull, an irresistible force dragging them towards the abyss. This was no ordinary cemetery, this was a nexus of ancient evil, a place where the veil between worlds was impossibly thin. Mark, despite his attempts at rationalization, found himself overcome with a primal fear. He stumbled backward, his eyes wide with terror, his face ashen. He whispered a prayer, a desperate plea for salvation. Emily fainted, her body collapsing into Liam's arms, her unconsciousness a desperate retreat from the encroaching horror. Sarah, her fear giving way to a strange sense of defiance, stepped forward, her eyes fixed on the chasm. She felt a tug, a pull toward the abyss, but an equally powerful force held her in place, a will to survive, a refusal to surrender to the encroaching darkness. This was a battle for their very souls, a struggle against an ancient evil that had haunted this place for centuries. The creature, its form flickering in and out of the darkness, moved closer, its icy gaze fixed on them. It raised its hand again, its skeletal fingers elongated, pointed towards the chasm, urging them to enter. The voice from the abyss intensified, its whispers turning into a mournful scream, the agonizing cries of the damned. Liam, summoning the last of his strength, pulled Sarah back, his grip firm, his determination unwavering. They stumbled away from the chasm, their hearts pounding, their breaths ragged, their bodies trembling. They ran blindly through the cemetery, the ghostly figures and shadows pursuing them, their voices echoing in their ears, their chilling whispers a constant reminder of their precarious situation. They didn't look back. They couldn't look back. The cemetery, a place of rest, had become a hunting ground, a realm of nightmares made real. Their escape was uncertain, but their will to survive burned brighter than the phosphorescent glow that emanated from the abyss. The night, the rain, the shadows, and the whispers chased them, and they knew that the cemetery's call would follow them even beyond its gates. Their encounter had irrevocably changed them. The line between dream and reality had blurred, and the chilling certainty that the supernatural was real had settled within their souls. The chilling experience, a testament to their narrow escape, would forever haunt their waking hours, a constant reminder of their nightmarish journey through the heart of darkness. The lingering effects of their supernatural encounters would forever shadow their lives, transforming their understanding of the world and the unseen forces that lurked within it. The rain lashed down, a relentless curtain obscuring their vision as they stumbled through the labyrinthine maze of tombstones. Each step was a victory against the suffocating dread that clung to them like a shroud. The whispers, the guttural chorus from the abyss, still echoed in their ears, a haunting symphony of despair that threatened to shatter their already fragile sanity. Liam, his breath ragged, pulled Sarah along, his grip tight on her hand, their shared fear a binding force in the face of overwhelming terror. Mark, pale and trembling, stumbled behind, his eyes darting nervously from shadow to shadow, the rationalizations of a moment ago replaced by a primal terror that shook him to his core. Emily, still unconscious in Liam's arms, was a heavy weight, a constant reminder of their vulnerability. They dared not look back. The chasm, a gaping maw in the earth, pulsed with an unnatural light, a silent testament to the ancient evil they had narrowly escaped. The creature, whatever it was still out there, its presence a tangible weight in the suffocating night. They ran blindly, their senses overwhelmed by the chaotic symphony of the storm and the unseen horrors that pursued them. The wind howled like a banshee, whipping through the ancient trees, its icy breath a chilling reminder of the forces arrayed against them. Each tombstone seemed to leer at them, its weathered surface whispering tales of forgotten deaths and unanswered prayers. As they neared the cemetery gates, a new terror gripped them. The shadows seemed to thicken, coalescing into grotesque shapes that danced around them, mimicking their movements, taunting their escape. They were not alone. The spectral forms, the fragments of lost souls, followed them, their whispers weaving themselves into the storm's fury. These were not mere figments of their imagination. These were the remnants of souls trapped between worlds, their anguish seeping into the fabric of reality, amplifying their terror. A spectral hand, icy and skeletal, reached out from the darkness, brushing against Sarah's cheek. She gasped, a choked sob escaping her lips, but she didn't stop running. The touch was bone-chilling, a physical manifestation of their fear, an icy reminder of their near-death experience. Liam felt a tug at his own arm, a cold breath against his neck, and he stumbled, his heart pounding in his chest like a frantic drum. Mark cried out, a high-pitched wail that was lost in the tempestuous storm, his voice fractured with terror. Finally, they stumbled out of the cemetery gates, collapsing onto the rain-slicked road, their bodies exhausted, their minds reeling from the horrors they had witnessed. The rain washed over them, cleansing their bodies but not their souls. The memory of the chasm, the creature, the whispers, and the spectral forms remained burned into their minds, indelible scars etched onto their very being. They lay there for a long time, gasping for breath, huddled together for warmth and comfort, the silence punctuated only by the relentless drumming of the rain. The world seemed different, transformed by their encounter. The familiar sounds of the night, the rustling leaves, the creaking branches, now sounded ominous, each whisper carrying a potential threat. The shadows, once innocuous, now seemed to writhe and writhe with sinister intent. Their shared trauma bonded them together, a silent understanding passing between them, a shared knowledge of the chilling reality that lurked just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Mark, once the skeptic, was silent, the rationalizations replaced by a deep-seated, existential fear. He knew that what they had experienced was real, undeniable. The world he thought he knew had been irrevocably shattered, the line between dream and reality blurred beyond repair. He found himself staring at shadows, flinching at unexpected noises, a prisoner of his own terrified mind. Emily, once she regained consciousness, was subdued, her usual vivacity replaced by a haunting quietude. The trauma of her collapse, the near-death experience, had left her shaken, her fear a constant, gnawing presence. The memories flickered at the edges of her consciousness, nightmarish visions that haunted her waking hours, a constant reminder of the unspeakable horrors they had barely escaped. Sleep became a treacherous battlefield, where nightmares held sway, reenacting the chilling events in excruciating detail. Sarah, despite her bravery, carried a burden of unspoken fear. The spectral touch, the icy gaze of the creature, had shaken her to her core, leaving her with a deep-seated unease. Her dreams were tormented by visions of the chasm, the whispers, and the spectral forms, their collective suffering amplified by her own lingering sense of dread. She felt changed, different. A part of her remained in that haunted cemetery, a silent testament to the supernatural reality she had encountered. Liam, burdened by the responsibility of protecting his friends, felt a deep-seated exhaustion, both physical and emotional. He had witnessed the depths of human fear, and the terrifying reality that lurked just beyond the veil of ordinary existence. He carried the weight of their shared trauma, a heavy burden that threatened to crush him beneath its weight. He knew that their escape was only the beginning. The chilling encounters would forever shape their lives, their perception of the world forever altered. Their escape from the cemetery was more than a physical flight. It was a battle fought against unseen forces, against ancient evils that defied comprehension. They had survived, but at a terrible cost. The world they once knew had been irrevocably transformed, and their lives forever changed by the horrors they had encountered. The whispers from the abyss followed them, a constant reminder of their brush with the supernatural. The chilling experiences remained, a haunting legacy, a testament to the night they escaped the clutches of the cemetery's call. The rain, the wind, the shadows all carried the whispers, a perpetual reminder of their ordeal. The nights were filled with a terrifying stillness, punctuated by the reemergence of the shadows and sounds from their ordeal. They were changed forever, forever marked by their encounter with the supernatural, forever haunted by the horrors of the cemetery's call. The memories lingered, a chilling tapestry woven into the fabric of their lives, a constant reminder of their harrowing journey into the heart of darkness and their narrow escape from oblivion. The world around them felt different, charged with an unseen energy, a chilling testament to the unseen horrors that lurked just beneath the surface of reality. Their escape was not merely physical, it was an escape from the grip of oblivion itself, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of unspeakable terror. But the price of survival, they knew, was a heavy one, a burden they would carry for the rest of their days. The cemetery's call had changed them, forever etching its chilling legacy onto their souls. The darkness, once a passive element of the night, had become a tangible entity, constantly whispering reminders of their near-death experience, keeping them forever on edge.
If you've made it this far, you've heard the whispers. The static doesn't lie. If something felt too close tonight, it probably was. Subscribe for more tales that reach through the dark. Drop a comment below. What time is it right now where you are? And who's watching with you?